Park rangers, the guardians of our wilderness, share their most perplexing encounters with wildlife. From strange animal behavior to unexplained sightings, these stories will challenge your understanding of the natural world. My name is Eleanor Vance. That name is stitched onto the uniform I've worn for 12 years, a constant reminder of the duty I swore to uphold. 12 years isn't a lifetime, but in the compressed, weathered timeline of a park ranger, it might as well be. I am a steward of Shenandoah National Park, a sprawling expanse of Appalachian wilderness that is both breathtakingly beautiful and deceptively brutal. I've come to know its ridges and hollows, not just like the lines on my hand, but like the intricate, branching veins beneath the skin. A living, breathing system with its own rhythms, moods, and secrets. I have tracked bears through dense thickets, comforted families shattered by a single misstep on a rocky overlook, and witnessed 1,000 sunrises paint the Blue Ridge Mountains in hues of fire and gold from the wending ribbon of Skyline Drive. I have seen the park at its most serene and at its most savage. I carried the arrogant belief that I had experienced the full spectrum of what this ancient land could reveal. I was profoundly, terrifyingly wrong. It began in late October, the time of year Shenandoah saves for its grand finale. The air, scrubbed clean by an early autumn cold front, was so crisp it felt like you could snap it in half. The forests were a riot of color, a painter's palette of crimson, burnt orange, and canary yellow set against the deep green of the pines. It was a spectacle that drew visitors from all over the country. But for us rangers, it was also a season of heightened vigilance. The beauty was a mask, and beneath it, the park's dangers grew sharper. The nights came sooner. The temperatures dropped faster, and the trails, now carpeted in a thick, rustling blanket of fallen leaves, could easily conceal roots, rocks, and the very path itself. The call came in just after 1400 hours, the voice of our dispatcher, Sarah. Calm and professional, but with an undercurrent of urgency that always put me on edge. A missing hiker. The name was Kevin Sterling, 21. A student from the University of Virginia. His parents had reported him overdue. He'd driven up for a day hike, telling them he was heading for the Nicholson Hollow Trail, promising to be back in Charlottesville by dinner. He was an amateur photographer, they said, and wanted to capture the peak autumn foliage along the Hughes River. It's a moderately strenuous trail, starting high on the drive and descending over 3 miles into a deep, wooded hollow. It's a place of profound, isolated beauty. But it's also notoriously easy to get turned around in if you're not paying close attention. The river, the dense canopy, and the winding nature of the hollow can play tricks on your sense of direction. We mobilized quickly. A search and rescue operation in the park is a carefully orchestrated dance against time and terrain. My assignment was the lower section of the trail, working my way upstream from the park boundary, near the old Weekly Hollow Road. The logic was sound. If Kevin had become disoriented, he might have continued descending, following the river out of the park instead of climbing back up to his car. Mac, our senior, most ranger, and a man who seemed carved from the very granite of the mountains, was coordinating the search from a command post near the trailhead. Before I set off, he pulled me aside, his weathered face etched with concern. "Hollows are tricky this time of year, he said, his voice a low rumble. "The light goes fast. Watch your step." It was his standard advice. The kind of thing he said before every search. But something in his eyes held a different weight that day. I parked my truck where the gravel road met the tree line and began my trek. The woods in that part of the park are thick, a mature deciduous forest of ancient oaks, towering hickories, and gnarled maples. The sounds of a healthy forest immediately enveloped me. A familiar and comforting symphony. The percussive tap of a pileated woodpecker echoed through the canopy. A scolding chatter from a gray squirrel broke the afternoon stillness, and in the distance, I could hear the gentle, persistent gurgle of the Hughes River. My boots made a satisfying crunch, crunch on the thick carpet of dry leaves, a rhythm that set the pace for my search. Every 100 yards or so, I would stop, cup my hands around my mouth, and call out his name. Cave in. My voice, sharp and clear, would slice through the air, hang for a moment, and then be absorbed by the vastness of the woods. Only the echo of the forest answered. For the first hour, it was routine. I scanned the forest floor for any sign. A dropped water bottle, a discarded wrapper, a freshly broken branch. I looked for footprints in the soft earth near the riverbank. Nothing. The deeper I descended into the hollow, the more the world seemed to change. The angle of the sun shifted, and the brilliant light that had illuminated the upper slopes was filtered through the dense canopy, casting long, distorted shadows that danced like specters. The temperature dropped noticeably, the crisp air now carrying a damp, earthy chill. The first thing I noticed was the absence of squirrels. Their constant, frantic activity had simply ceased. I paused, listening. The woods were quieter now, but not silent. I could still hear the distant woodpecker and the murmur of the river. I dismissed it. Animals have their own schedules, their own territories. I kept moving. Then, the birdsong tapered off. The woodpecker's drumming fell silent. The cheerful chirps and calls that had been the background music to my hike faded away. Not suddenly, but as if a conductor were slowly, deliberately silencing each member of his orchestra. A prickle of unease traced its way up my spine. This was unusual. Even in the deepest woods, there's usually some birdsong. I rationalized it again. Perhaps a hawk was circling overhead, forcing the smaller birds into hiding. I scanned the slivers of blue sky visible through the trees. I saw nothing. I pushed forward, the silence growing with every step. The gentle gurgle of the river, which should have been getting louder as I approached it, was now gone. I stopped dead in my tracks. I was only a few dozen yards from the riverbank, close enough to see the glint of sunlight on its surface, but I couldn't hear it. I strained my ears, holding my breath. Nothing. Not the trickle of water over rocks, not the rustle of leaves in the wind, not the buzz of a late-season insect. The world had gone mute. It wasn't just quiet. It was a void, a profound, oppressive silence that felt heavier and more absolute than any sound. It was a physical presence, a weight that pressed in on my eardrums and seemed to thicken the air in my lungs. I felt a rising tide of primal fear, an instinct honed over millennia screaming that this was a place I should not be. This was fundamentally, physically wrong. My training kicked in, a desperate attempt to impose logic on the impossible. I keyed my radio. Dispatch, this is Vance. Radio check. Over. The radio answered with a hiss of angry, resentful static. Not unusual for the hollows, where the topography could block a signal, but this felt different. The static itself sounded smothered. I tried again, my thumb pressing hard on the button. Dispatch Vance. Do you copy? More static, a dead, flat sound. With a trembling hand, I took a single step back up the trail, away from the river. The world crashed back in. The sound was so sudden and overwhelming it made me flinch. The river roared in my ears, the wind whispered through the leaves, and a blue jay shrieked somewhere above me. It was a cacophony, a beautiful, chaotic symphony of life. I stood there, panting, my heart hammering against my ribs. Then, steeling myself, I took one step forward, back toward the river. Silence. Absolute. It was a wall. An invisible, intangible barrier separating the world of sound from a pocket of utter nothingness. I could see the leaves on the trees ahead of me trembling, in a breeze I could no longer hear. The forest floor was a carpet of dry, brittle leaves. Yet my boots made no crunch as I took another hesitant step into the void. My own breathing was a ghost in my chest. My heart beat a silent drum against my ribs. I stood on the edge of an invisible wall, a border between the living world and something else. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me far more than the autumn air, that, to find Kevin, I had to step back through it. Duty is a heavy cloak. Fear is a cold, sharp knife. For a long moment, I stood on that impossible precipice, the world of sound behind me, the world of nothingness ahead. Every nerve ending, every primal instinct I possessed, shrieked at me to turn back, to run up the trail and never look behind me, to leave the hollow to its unnatural secret. But the name stitched on my uniform, Eleanor Vance, and the name of the lost boy, Kevin Sterling, were anchors holding me in place. I had a job to do. Swallowing the metallic taste of fear in my throat, I took a deep breath of the noisy, living air, held it, and stepped forward into the void. The transition was instantaneous and sickening. It was like plunging my head underwater. But instead of the dull pressure of water, it was the sharp, painful pressure of its absolute absence. My eardrums ached, a deep, throbbing pain as if the silence was trying to suck them from my skull. The air itself felt thick, viscous, and utterly dead. I exhaled, and the cloud of my breath hung in front of my face, perfectly still, refusing to dissipate in a breeze that did not exist. I was inside a bubble, a pocket of wrongness carved out of the heart of the forest. The vibrant autumn colors seemed dimmer here, as if the silence leached the very life from the light. My training screamed at me to establish my bearings. I pulled my compass from my belt pouch. I held it flat in my palm, waiting for the needle to settle on magnetic north. It didn't. The red-tipped needle spun lazily, rotating in a slow, continuous circle, utterly useless. It was as if the fundamental laws that governed the world had been suspended within this invisible sphere. A wave of vertigo washed over me, and I braced myself against the trunk of a massive oak, its bark rough and real under my gloved hand, a small point of normalcy in a world gone mad. I had to move. I had to find him. I forced my legs to work, stepping deeper into the silent wood. The forest floor, which should have been a noisy carpet of brittle leaves and twigs, was utterly mute beneath my heavy boots. I could feel the crunch through the soles of my boots. A phantom sensation, but the sound itself was stillborn, erased the moment of its creation. It was the most disorienting experience of my life. It felt like I was walking through a memory, a ghost in a landscape that was no longer real. I tried to call his name again. Kevin. I formed the word, pushed the air from my lungs, felt my vocal cords vibrate. But the result was a dead thing in the air. A puff of sound that traveled no farther than my own teeth, before being utterly devoured by the oppressive quiet. It was like shouting into a pillow made of vacuum. The act of trying to speak and hearing nothing in return was profoundly isolating, a unique form of sensory torture. It made me feel like I was the last person on Earth, a solitary consciousness adrift in an ocean of nothing. The silence wasn't empty. That was the most terrifying part. As I moved, I began to feel a presence. It wasn't something I could see or hear or smell. It was a feeling, a weight on my soul. The silence was aware. It was an active, watching entity. I felt its attention on me, a cold, clinical observation that followed my every step. The bubble of nothingness wasn't stationary. It was moving with me, a personal prison of sensory deprivation. I'd glance over my shoulder, expecting to see something. But there was only the unnaturally still forest, the painted leaves hanging like decorations in a sealed room. Yet, the feeling of being followed, of being hunted by an absence, was unshakable. Panic began to bubble in my chest, hot and acidic. I fought it down, focusing on my task. Look for signs, footprints, broken branches, a piece of clothing. But there was nothing, no animal tracks. No sign that anything living had passed this way. It was as if the forest had been sterilized. I walked towards the river, my eyes fixed on the water. From a distance, it had looked like glass. Up close, it was even more disturbing. The Hughes River is a lively, flowing body of water, but here, in this zone, its surface was perfectly, impossibly smooth. Not a ripple, not a single eddy. A dead leaf floated on its surface, as motionless as if it were encased in resin. It was a photograph of a river, not the real thing. Time lost all meaning. Had I been in here for 10 minutes or an hour? The sun hadn't moved. The shadows were frozen. My watch was still ticking, its tiny second hand sweeping around the dial. But the movement felt like a lie, a mechanical defiance against a place where time itself had stopped. I felt a growing sense of despair. How could I find someone in a place that defied all logic? It was like searching a dream. I pushed on, driven by a desperate, fading flicker of duty. I followed the silent, motionless riverbank, my eyes scanning the woods. And then I saw him. About a quarter mile further into the hollow, I saw a shape that didn't belong. A splash of dark blue against the muted oranges and browns of the forest. It was a person, sitting on a large, moss-covered log. Their back was to me. It had to be Kevin. A surge of adrenaline, a mixture of relief and dread, shot through me. "Kevin!" I tried to shout again, the name dying in my throat. He didn't move. He was completely still, a statue contemplating the dead river. I began to walk faster, my soundless footsteps carrying me towards him. The feeling of being watched intensified, the silence pressing in, seeming to thicken with a kind of hungry anticipation. As I drew closer, the details became clearer. He was wearing a blue fleece jacket and jeans. A camera with a large lens was on a strap around his neck, resting in his lap. He was just sitting there, staring at the glassy water. He looked peaceful, almost meditative. But the stillness was wrong. It was too absolute. It was the stillness of the leaves, of the river, of the very air around us. "Kevin," I said again, my voice a useless whisper. I was only 10 feet away now. I could see the fair hair on the back of his neck. I reached out, my hand trembling, and placed it on his shoulder. The cold was shocking. It was not the chill of the autumn air. It was a deep, profound, unnatural cold that seemed to suck the warmth directly from my fingertips. It was the cold of marble, of a thing that had not been alive for a very long time. He didn't react to my touch. I moved around the log to face him, And then I saw his eyes. They were wide open, staring not at the river, but through it, at nothing. They were vast, empty pools reflecting a terror so complete, so absolute, that it had become a part of him. His face was a frozen mask of that terror. His mouth was slightly open, as if in a silent scream that had been stolen from his lungs. There were no marks on him, no signs of a struggle, no injury, no animal attack. He was pristine. But he was gone. The coroner, I knew, would later list the cause of death as a massive heart attack. A medical explanation for an event that defied all medicine. But standing there, in the crushing, watching silence, I knew what he had died of. He had died of the silence. He had listened to it until his heart had given out. And now it was listening to me. The moment that thought solidified in my mind, the character of the silence changed. Before, I had been an intruder, an observer being watched with a cold, detached curiosity. Now, I was the subject. The immense, crushing weight of the void, which had been a constant pressure, now focused entirely on me. It was a palpable shift, like the unblinking gaze of a predator that has finally singled out its prey. The feeling of being watched was no longer a vague sensation at the edge of my perception. It was a physical touch, a cold caress against the back of my neck, a phantom breath on my cheek. The silence was no longer just listening. It was tasting the air around me, savoring my fear, and it was hungry. My survival instinct, which had been screaming at me for the last hour, now roared with the force of a cornered animal. Get out. Get out, no W. But I couldn't leave him. The uniform on my back, the duty ingrained in my very bones, wouldn't allow it. I was a ranger. He was my responsibility. Dead or alive, I was bringing Kevin Sterling home. Breaking my gaze from his terrified, empty eyes took a monumental effort of will. I turned away, my back to him, and faced the direction I had come. The silent, motionless forest seemed to stretch into an infinite, repeating pattern of muted colors and frozen shadows. There was no path. There were no landmarks. My compass was useless, my radio was dead, and my own senses were liars. My only guide was the memory of the direction I'd come from, a fragile thread in a place designed to unravel the mind. Getting him off the log was the first nightmare. Rigor mortis hadn't fully set in, but his limbs were heavy and uncooperative. His body, still radiating that unnatural cold, was a dead weight. I hooked my arms under his, trying to lift him into a fireman's carry. The silence seemed to press down, adding its own immense weight to my burden. My muscles screamed in protest, not just from the strain, but from the sheer wrongness of the effort. Every movement felt like I was pushing through invisible molasses. I heaved, my lungs burning for air that felt too thin to sustain me, and finally managed to get him draped over my shoulders. The journey back was a slow motion descent into hell. Half carrying, half dragging him, I stumbled through the soundless woods. Every step was a battle. The weight of the body was immense, but the weight of the silence was worse. It was a psychological warfare of the most brutal kind. With no sound to orient me, my balance was shot. I kept stumbling, tripping over roots I couldn't hear myself approaching. The world felt tilted, unreal. The silence began to play tricks on me. In the periphery of my awareness, I started to almost hear things. The ghost of a whisper, the memory of a snapping twig, the faintest echo of a scream that sounded horrifyingly like my own. But when I'd stop and strain my ears, there was only the profound, absolute nothing. It was feeding me my own fear, turning my memories of sound into weapons against me. The feeling of being followed intensified with every agonizing step. I could feel it pacing me, just behind my shoulder. I could feel its cold attention on the body I was carrying, as if it were reluctant to let its prize go. I risked a glance back. The log where Kevin had been sitting was empty, but the air around it seemed to shimmer, to distort, as if the silence had a physical form that was just beyond the edge of human sight. A wave of pure terror propelled me forward. I didn't look back again. I don't know how long I walked. Minutes stretched into eternities. My shoulders burned, my legs were trembling with exhaustion, and my mind was fraying at the edges. I was lost. I had to be. The river was gone. The trees were an endless, repeating maze. Despair began to set in, a cold, heavy certainty that I would die here, that I would become another silent statue in this forgotten corner of the park. My resolve began to crumble. Maybe I should just leave him. Maybe I should just lie down and let the silence take me too. It would be so easy, so quiet. Then, through the thick, dead air, I saw it. A flicker of movement. A single, brilliant crimson leaf, twisting and turning as it fell from a branch. It was impossible. Nothing moved in this place. But it was real. It fell with an unnatural slowness, a single point of life in a world of death. And as it fell, I realized I could see the breeze that carried it. I could see the branches of the trees around it swaying gently. I was close. I was at the edge. With the last of my strength, I lunged forward, dragging Kevin's body with me. I stumbled, my legs giving out, and fell. I fell across the invisible line. The sound that hit me was a physical blow. It was an explosion. A tidal wave of noise that slammed into my skull and sent agony shooting through my eardrums. The roar of the river, the shriek of a hawk, the rustle of a million leaves, my own ragged, gasping breaths. It all came back at once, a deafening, chaotic crescendo. I screamed, a raw, primal sound of pain and relief. I collapsed onto the noisy, living leaves, my body convulsing, gasping for air like a drowning woman who has finally broken the surface. I lay there for a long time, the symphony of the forest washing over me, the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. Eventually, the shaking subsided. I got to my feet, my body aching, my mind shattered. Kevin's body lay half in and half out of the silent zone, one world touching the other. I grabbed his feet and pulled him the rest of the way into the world of sound. I keyed my radio, my hand shaking, so badly it took 3 tries. "Dispatch, this is Vance." Sarah's voice, crackling with static but wonderfully, blessedly real, came back instantly. "Eel, we've been trying to reach you. What's your status?" "I've found him," I said, my voice a hoarse croak. He's deceased. I'm bringing him out." I never told anyone the full story. Not Mac, not the sheriff, not the state police who handled the official investigation. How do you file a report on a patch of woods where the laws of physics take a holiday? How do you explain that a man was killed by an absence of sound? You don't. You let the coroner write, "massive heart attack," on the death certificate. You nod and agree when they talk about existing conditions and the strenuousness of the trail. You keep the impossible truth locked away. A cold, heavy secret in your own heart. I don't go into Nicholson Hollow anymore. But sometimes, on a quiet autumn night when the air is crisp and clear, I think I can feel it. A faint echo of that pressure against my eardrums. A memory of that profound, watching silence. We have a new, unofficial rule now. We warn the new rangers, the ones with bright eyes and an unshakable faith in maps and compasses, to to avoid that lower section of the hollow after the first frost. We tell them the trail gets treacherous, that the radio signals are unreliable. We don't tell them why. We don't tell them that there are places in the ancient woods that are not meant for us, places where the silence is alive and waiting and hungry. My name is Miguel Ortiz, and for 5 years, I had the distinct privilege and occasional terror of serving as a National Park Service Ranger at the Grand Canyon. My official duties were logged in neat. Predictable columns interpretive talks at Mather Point, crowd management during peak season, and the endless, gentle repetition of safety protocols. It's a script you learn by heart. Please stay behind the barriers. Ensure you have at least a gallon of water per person. No, you cannot hike from the rim to the river and back in one day. Most people listen. They see the canyon as a magnificent postcard, a backdrop for their vacation photos. They don't feel its presence, its sheer, geological indifference to the tiny, fleeting lives that crawl along its edges. But the canyon has a memory etched into its layers of schist and sandstone. It's a place of profound beauty and profound sorrow. The official records, the ones they keep in tidy files in the administration building, state that nearly 900 people had their end within the park's boundaries since record keeping began. Accidents, suicides, heat stroke. The simple, brutal consequence of one wrong step. You work there long enough, you start to feel the weight of that number. You feel it in the pre-dawn quiet on the rim, in the sudden, inexplicable chill of a breeze on a hot day. You start to understand that the canyon holds onto things. Sometimes, it feels like not all of those 900 souls have truly moved on. This particular incident took place in my 3rd year, during that transitional period in late spring, when the last of the winter chill hadn't quite surrendered to the oppressive summer heat. The North Rim, always the more isolated and brooding sibling to the bustling South Rim, was slowly awakening. I was tasked with the final sweep of the transept trail, a well-trodden path that serves as a scenic artery between the historic Grand Canyon Lodge and the North Rim campground. It's a relatively easy, paved trail designed for leisurely strolls, not perilous expeditions. By this time of day, it was deserted. The sun was bleeding out across the horizon, a spectacular, violent display that painted the canyon walls in impossible, shifting shades of deep vermilion and bruised purple. The air was still, holding that unique high, desert silence, so total it feels like a pressure against your eardrums. That's when I first heard it. It wasn't a sound, not at first. It was more like a vibration in the air, a single, high, frequency note that my mind struggled to identify. I stopped, tilting my head, convincing myself it was just the wind whistling through a peculiar rock formation, or perhaps the distant cry of a bird. I stood motionless for a full minute, listening. Nothing, just the immense, breathing silence of the canyon. I shrugged it off, my boots crunching softly on the gravel as I continued my patrol. Then it came again, clearer this time, and unmistakable. It was the sound of a child crying. The sound was thin, carried on the evening breeze, but it was saturated with a desperate, gut-wrenching sorrow. It was the sound of a small child who is utterly lost, who has cried for so long that their grief has exhausted them, leaving only these weak, hiccuping sobs. Every instinct in my body, both as a human being and a trained ranger, snapped to attention. My heart didn't just jump. It felt like it had been seized by an icy fist. A lost child out here. With the temperature dropping and the light failing fast, it's the single most terrifying scenario a ranger can face. My hand went to the radio on my shoulder strap, my fingers fumbling with the button. Dispatch, this is Ortiz on the North Rim. My voice was steady, a trained calm that belied the frantic pounding in my chest. I have a possible 1032. That's an unaccompanied child in the vicinity of the transept trail. I can hear crying. Over. The voice of Sarah, the night dispatcher, crackled back instantly, calm and professional. Received Ortiz. Possible 1032 near transept trail. Can you confirm a visual? Over. Negative. Dispatch. The sound is faint. Seems to be coming from east of the trail, down toward one of the unmarked ravines. It's intermittent. Over. Understood. A search and rescue team is being mobilized from the substation. Your location is plotted. Do not, repeat, do not leave the main trail. Await the SAR team. Acknowledge. Over. I acknowledge the order. I knew the protocol. Going off, trail alone as night falls, is how you turn one victim into two. But the crying started again, and this time it sounded weaker, more hopeless. A wave of cold dread washed over me. The SAR team was a good 20 minutes away. In this terrain, 20 minutes could be the difference between life and a cold, silent death. I made a decision, the kind of decision you either get commended for or fired for. I couldn't wait. Dispatch, Ortiz. I said into the radio, my voice low and firm. The subject sounds very young and in distress. I'm going to try and move closer to maintain auditory contact. I will not lose the trail. It was a lie, and we both knew it. I unclipped my high-powered flashlight from my belt, switched it on, and stepped off the paved path. The solid, reassuring ground of the trail immediately gave way to a treacherous slope of loose rock and thorny scrub brush. The world transformed. Under the dying light, the landscape became a confusing, primeval maze of monolithic sandstone formations and deep, swallowing shadows. The crying was my only compass, a phantom beacon pulling me deeper into the labyrinth. It was always just ahead, seeming to echo from just around the next tower in Hoodoo, or behind the next curtain of gnarled juniper. Hello, I shouted, my voice sounding small and thin against the immense stone walls.
I'm a park ranger! I'm here to help you!
Can you tell me your name? The only answer was my own voice, thrown back at me in a series of mocking, distorted echoes. Then silence. A long, agonizing silence where I stood frozen, straining my ears, my flashlight beam cutting a nervous, trembling path through the oppressive darkness. I was about to turn back, to admit that Sarah had been right when the sobbing started again. It was different this time. It was further away, deeper in the canyon. It was leading me on. It was then, with the cold seeping into my bones and the darkness absolute, that the old stories began to surface, unbidden, from the back of my mind. The tales the old-timers, the rangers with sun, creased faces and 20+ years of service would tell over cheap coffee in the break room. Stories they didn't put in the official park brochures. They spoke of lures. They said the canyon gets hungry. They talked about the Llorona of the North Rim, the Wailing Woman, a settler's wife from the 1920s who, driven mad by grief after her husband, and Sampha from a cliff, threw herself into the void. They say her spirit still wanders the rim, her cries luring unsuspecting hikers to their own doom. I had always dismissed it as campfire folklore, the kind of spooky tale born from the scream of a mountain lion or the weird acoustics of the canyon, playing tricks on the ears of tourists. But But this wasn't a mountain lion. I'd heard their screams before, and they sound like a woman being murdered. A terrifying but distinctly animal sound. This was different. This was the sound of a child's heartbreak. A sound engineered by nature and evolution to trigger an immediate, protective response in an adult. And it was working. The last sliver of ambient light vanished from the sky above the rim, and the world was plunged into a profound, ink-black darkness. The temperature plummeted. My flashlight beam seemed not to illuminate, but to create the darkness around it, making the shadows deeper, more menacing. The crying continued, a steady, sorrowful metronome marking my foolish progress. But as I scrambled over a narrow ledge, clinging to the cold rock face, its character began to change. It wasn't just sad anymore. Beneath the grief, a new note was emerging. It was a high, thin, and unnerving threat of something else entirely. Something that didn't belong in the cry of a lost and frightened child. It was a sound that scraped at the most primitive part of my brain, a cold, sharp needle of pure wrongness. It was mockery. That was the note I couldn't place. The high, thin thread woven into the sound of a child's sobs was the unmistakable, chilling sound of mockery. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow, stopping me dead in my tracks. My boots skidded on the loose shale, and I had to throw a hand out against the cold, rough surface of the canyon wall to steady myself. The air grew impossibly cold, a pocket of deep winter chill in the spring night. Every hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood on end. My breath plumed in the beam of my flashlight. The world had gone utterly silent again, a heavy, listening silence that felt far more menacing than the crying had. My own breathing was a ragged, loud intrusion. I stood frozen for what felt like an eternity, my mind refusing to accept what my senses were telling me. It was a trick of the wind, an echo. My mind, primed by the old timers of stories, was manufacturing this. It had to be. I was a ranger, a man of science and procedure. We dealt in facts, in evidence. We didn't deal in malevolent, laughing ghosts. Then the crying came again, and it came from right behind me. It was so close that I felt it as much as I heard it. A cold vibration on the air just past my ear. I spun around, a strangled cry of my own catching in my throat. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I swept the powerful beam of my flashlight across the rock face I had just been leaning on, expecting to see what? I didn't know. A child. An animal. Something else. There was nothing. Just the flat, unforgiving surface of the ancient stone, etched with the lines of 1 billion years. The beam trembled in my hand. "Who's there?" I yelled, and my voice cracked, betraying the terror I was trying so hard to suppress. The sobbing answered, but this time it came from high above me. I jerked my head up, my light following the sound. And there, silhouetted against the last, faint bruised, purple sliver of twilight on the canyon rim, was a figure. It was impossibly far away, perched on the very edge of the precipice I had been descending from. My rational mind screamed that it was just a trick of the light, a strangely shaped juniper tree, or a jutting piece of rock that my panicked brain was shaping into a person. But it wasn't. It was a figure, and it was small like a child. But it was wrong. It was too thin, its limbs unnaturally long and spindly, like the branches of a dead tree. It didn't stand like a person. It hunched, its posture conveying a sense of ancient, predatory patience. It was a sketch of a human, drawn by a hand that didn't quite understand the proper proportions. As I stared, paralyzed with a mixture of awe and absolute horror. The figure raised a long, thin arm. It let out the child's cry again, a perfect, heartbreaking replica of the sound that had lured me down here. But this time, it didn't end in a sob. The sound twisted, contorting in the air, and curdled into a giggle. It was not the happy, innocent sound of a child's laughter. It was a dry, rasping, insectile sound. It was the noise of dead leaves skittering across pavement, of bones being ground into dust. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated malice, and it scraped along every nerve in my body, setting my teeth on edge. The figure rocked back and forth on the clifftop, a puppet animated by some unspeakable glee, the giggling echoing down into the chasm, seeming to come from all directions at once. That sound broke the spell. The paralysis shattered, replaced by a singular, overwhelming imperative run. I didn't think. I didn't plan. I turned and fled, abandoning all semblance of caution or procedure. I was no longer a ranger, I was prey. I scrambled back the way I came, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly, creating a dizzying, strobe-like effect that made the already treacherous terrain even more confusing. The sound of that giggling cry, interspersed with the pathetic, mimicked sobs, chased me. It was a predator toying with its food, and I was its mouse. Loose rocks turned under my boots, sending me sprawling to my knees. I felt a sharp, searing pain in my shin, but I barely registered it. I was up in an instant, adrenaline and terror a potent fuel. I clawed my way up a steep incline, my fingers raw and bleeding from gripping the sharp rock. The giggling followed, sometimes sounding distant, then suddenly right behind me again. It was playing with me, closing the distance, then letting me think I was getting away before reminding me that I was not. "Just keep calling out," a voice whispered, seeming to ride on the wind right beside my ear. It was my own voice, a perfect imitation of what I had shouted earlier.
I'm here to help!
A wave of nausea and vertigo washed over me. This thing wasn't just a lure. It was a parasite. It had listened. It had learned. The canyon itself felt alive now, a malevolent entity conspiring against me. The shadows cast by my flashlight seemed to twist and writhe, forming fleeting, monstrous shapes at the edge of my vision. The wind whistling through the rocks sounded like whispers, forming words I couldn't quite understand, but whose intent was clear. The very air felt hostile, charged with an ancient, predatory intelligence. I risked a glance over my shoulder. I couldn't see the figure on the rim anymore. The darkness was absolute. But I could feel its presence. I could feel it watching me, its cold, amused intelligence tracking my every panicked move. The giggling had stopped, replaced by a new sound, the soft, rhythmic scraping of rock on rock, coming from somewhere behind me and below. It was the sound of something climbing, something moving with an unnatural, scuttling gait. It was gaining on me. Panic gave way to a cold, focused dread. I had to get back to the trail. The paved, man-made trail was a symbol of safety, of order, of the world I understood. This place, this labyrinth of rock and shadow and impossible sounds, was something else entirely. It was the canyon's world, and I was an intruder. I pushed myself harder, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. I could smell the familiar scent of pine and dust from the main trail, a scent that now represented salvation. I saw the faint, comforting line of the paved path just ahead, a pale ribbon in the darkness. I was almost there. With one final, desperate burst of energy, I scrambled up the last embankment, my boots finding purchase on solid, level ground. I stumbled onto the transept trail, collapsing onto the asphalt, gasping for air, my entire body trembling uncontrollably. I lay there for a moment, the rough surface of the path a reassuring anchor to reality. The silence that greeted me was profound, no longer menacing, but simply empty. The giggling, the crying, the scraping, it was all gone. It was then that I saw the lights. A series of bright, powerful beams bobbing through the trees, heading in my direction. Ortiz. Miguel, is that you? A voice called out. It was Mark, the lead of the SAR team. I pushed myself into a sitting position, my body screaming in protest. I tried to call back, but my throat was raw, and only a hoarse croak came out. The team reached me, their faces a mixture of concern and confusion, as their lights fell upon my disheveled state. My torn uniform, my bleeding hands, the wild, terrified look in my eyes. Miguel, what the hell happened? Mark asked, kneeling beside me. We heard you shouting. Dispatch said you went off trail. I opened my mouth to answer, to tell them what I had seen, what I had heard. I wanted to tell them about the figure on the rim, about the giggling that sounded like grinding bone, about the feeling of being hunted by the canyon itself. But the words wouldn't come. How could I explain it? What could I possibly say that wouldn't make me sound insane? You don't put a ghost in an official incident report. You don't tell your colleagues that you were lured into the dark by a monster from a campfire story. I stared up at Mark, the beam of his headlamp blinding me, the faces of the other two SAR members hovering behind him like concerned ghosts. Miguel, what the hell happened? He asked again, his voice grounding me, pulling me back from the edge of the hysterical abyss I was teetering over. The words were lodged in my throat, a tangled mess of unbelievable truth and necessary lies. How could I tell them? How could I articulate the sight of that spindly, wrong-shaped thing on the rim, or the sound of that dry, hateful giggle that had unraveled my sanity? They were men of maps, ropes, and medicine. They would look for tracks, for evidence. What tracks does a ghost leave? I made a mistake. I finally managed to croak, my voice a stranger's, raw and broken. I heard the crying, and I thought. I was so sure it was a kid. I took a deep, shuddering breath, tasting blood and dust. It must have been an animal. A fox. Maybe a cougar cub. The canyon, the echoes play tricks on you. It sounded so close. Mark's expression didn't change, but his eyes, visible even in the harsh glare of the lights, held a deep, searching look. He was a veteran of the park, a man who had seen more than his share of tragedy and strangeness. He knew the canyon and its deceptions better than anyone. He repeated, his tone carefully neutral. That's what had you shouting your own name. The question hung in the cold air between us. He had heard. He had heard the thing mimic me. My blood ran cold all over again. I had to sell the lie, sell it with everything I had. I got turned around, I said, forcing a shaky laugh that sounded more like a sob. Panicked. The darkness, the terrain. It all looks the same down there. I thought I was calling out to the kid, then I got disoriented. Stupid, I know. A rookie mistake. He held my gaze for a long moment, and in that silence, an unspoken understanding seemed to pass between us. He had heard the stories. He knew what the old-timers whispered about. But he also knew the rules of our world, the world of official reports and plausible explanations. He nodded slowly, a single, decisive dip of his chin. All right, Miguel. Let's get you up. They helped me to my feet, and a wave of pain shot up from my leg, my shin throbbing where I'd fallen. The rest of the walk back to the ranger station was a blur of quiet efficiency. They gave me water, one of them wrapping a field dressing around my bleeding hands while another examined my leg. They spoke in low, calm tones, the professional chatter of a team that had done this 100 times before. No one mentioned the crying again. No one asked why a seasoned ranger had fled in terror from the sound of a fox. They didn't have to. The truth, or at least the shadow of it, filled the space between us, as vast and silent as the canyon itself. The incident report was the hardest thing I've ever had to write. It was an exercise in creative omission, a masterpiece of bureaucratic fiction. I described the initial call, my decision to leave the trail, a clear violation of protocol for which I received a formal reprimand, and the subsequent disorientation. I attributed the crying to a probable animal vocalization, possibly vulpine, distorted by complex canyon acoustics. For my panicked flight, I cited temporary spatial disorientation exacerbated by darkness and difficult terrain. I wrote that I had sustained minor injuries due to a fall. I read it over and over, the clinical, sterile language a stark, insulting contrast to the raw, primal terror I had experienced. The report was accepted. The case was closed, but for me it was never closed. The physical wounds healed. The scrapes on my hands faded into faint white lines, and the deep bruise on my shin turned from a violent purple to a sickly yellow before disappearing entirely. The other wounds, the ones etched into my mind, only deepened. Sleep offered no escape. For weeks I would jolt awake in a cold sweat, the sound of that dry, rasping giggle echoing in the silence of my room. I'd see the silhouette of that unnaturally thin figure when I closed my eyes, perched on the edge of my consciousness, mocking me. My job, once a source of pride and solace, became a form of torture. Every patrol was fraught with a new, gnawing anxiety. The familiar sounds of the canyon, once a comfort, were now potential threats. Was that the wind or a whisper? Was that a bird or the first note of a child's cry? I found myself avoiding the North Rim entirely, and I could no longer bear to be out at twilight. That magical hour, the one I had once loved most, when the canyon walls seemed to glow from within, now felt like a warning. It was the time when the veil between worlds grew thin, when things that slept during the day began to stir. About a month after the incident, I was sharing a coffee with one of the old-timers, a man named Dave who was nearing retirement. He was a quiet, leathery man who had forgotten more about the canyon than I would ever know. I gave him the official, sanitized version of my story, the one from the report. He listened patiently, stirring his coffee, his eyes fixed on some distant point beyond the window. When I finished, he didn't say anything for a long time. Finally, he took a slow sip of his coffee and looked at me, his gaze clear and direct. "The canyon calls for who it calls for, Miguel," he said, his voice a low rumble. "It's an old place, older than any of us can imagine. It has its own residents. Some of them are hungry. Some of them are lonely. And some of them are just plain mean. They know what we want to hear. They know what sounds will bring us running." He paused, taking another sip. "You were lucky. You heard the call, but you didn't answer it all the way. He never said another word about it, and I never asked. But his words were a validation, a confirmation that I wasn't insane. I was just one in a long line of people who had brushed up against the canyon's true nature and lived to tell the tale. Or more accurately, to not tell it. I finished my 5-year stint at the Grand Canyon and did not renew my contract. I work in a different park now. A place of green rolling hills and gentle streams. A place where the shadows are just shadows and the wind just sounds like the wind. I love my job, but something was lost in that ravine on the North Rim. A certain kind of innocence, a belief in a rational, orderly world. Sometimes, on a quiet night, when the wind is blowing just right, I'll hear a faint, high-pitched sound on the breeze. And for a terrifying split second, my heart will seize, and I am right back there, in the ink, black darkness of the canyon, with the sound of a child's heartbreak turning into a sound of pure, malevolent glee. You don't put that in a report. You just carry it with you. A cold, hard knot in your gut. A permanent in your gutter that there are older and hungrier things in this world than we can ever hope to understand. And some of them know our names. My name is Aisha Sharma. To say that my world has always been one of whispers from the past would be an understatement. My background is in archaeology, a field I was drawn to not by the promise of treasure or adventure in the cinematic sense, but by the profound, silent stories told by fragments of pottery, by the careful placement of a foundation stone, and by the very dust that settles in places abandoned by humanity. I specialize in the pre-Columbian cultures of the American Southwest, a passion that has led me down countless dusty archives and into the sterile, climate-controlled environments of museum basements, piecing together the lives of the ancestral Pueblones. For years, my connection to them was purely academic, a tapestry woven from scholarly articles, excavation reports, and the faint, ghostly images of petroglyphs in textbooks. I could tell you about the transition from the basketmaker periods to the Pueblo eras, chart the development of their intricate pottery designs, and debate the leading theories on their eventual migration from the cliff dwellings of the Four Corners region. But it was all theoretical, a history held at arm's length. That changed when I landed a seasonal position as an interpretive ranger at Mesa Verde National Park in Colorado. It wasn't just a job for an archaeologist like me, it was akin to a pilgrimage. This was the heartland, the epicenter of the very culture I had dedicated my life to studying. My job, as I saw it, was a dream made manifest, to spend my days walking among the silent, beautiful cliff dwellings, and my nights under a sky so profoundly dark that the Milky Way wasn't just a faint smudge, but a brilliant, sprawling river of light that seemed close enough to touch. The most defining characteristic of Mesa Verde, the one that sinks into your bones, is the silence. It's a silence unlike any I've ever experienced. These were not mere ruins, they were cities. Places like Cliff Palace and Longhouse once hummed with the activity of thousands of people. They were vibrant centers of commerce, ceremony, and family life for centuries. Now, for over 700 years, they have been empty. The silence that fills those spaces isn't just an absence of noise. It's a presence in itself, heavy, ancient, and filled with the echoes of every voice that ever spoke there. You don't just hear the quiet, you feel it pressing in on you, a tangible weight of history. Most of the time, anyway. My days were filled with a routine I came to cherish. I'd lead tours, my voice a strange intrusion in the stillness, as I explained the purpose of a kiva or pointed out the smoke, blackened ceilings of ancient homes. I'd answer the same questions over and over. Why did they leave? Was it aliens? Where did they go? I'd gently debunk the more fanciful theories and share the accepted scholarship, all while trying to convey the sheer ingenuity of a people who built thriving communities in the sheer rock faces of these canyons. The work was physically demanding, involving miles of hiking at high altitude, but the reward was unparalleled. After the last tour bus departed and the sun began its slow descent, the park transformed. The fading light would set the sandstone cliffs ablaze in hues of orange and deep red, and the long shadows would creep across the canyon floors, reclaiming the dwellings for the night. It was in these moments of solitude that I felt the truest connection to the place, a sense of peace that was both humbling and deeply spiritual. The evening it happened was in late August. The summer monsoon season had brought afternoon thunderstorms, but the sky had cleared, leaving the air washed clean and smelling of damp earth and juniper. The heat of the day was bleeding away quickly as the sun dipped below the mesa top, a phenomenon that still caught me by surprise. I was on the final lockup duty, a task that involved a long, looping drive to the park's most remote and popular sites to ensure all visitors had cleared out before nightfall. My last stop was Balcony House. Of all the dwellings in the park, Balcony House is arguably the most spectacular, and for the tourists, the most thrilling. It's not a site you simply stroll into. Access requires climbing a 32-foot ladder, crawling through a narrow 12-foot-long tunnel, and then scaling a series of toe and hand-hold steps carved directly into the cliff face. It is, by design, a fortress. Its inaccessibility is what makes it so breathtaking and so perfectly preserved. I had completed my sweep, my footsteps the only sound on the worn stone pathways. I'd checked the kivas, peered into the dark, cool rooms, and called out into the stillness.
Closing the site?
Anyone here? My voice was swallowed by the immense space, the only reply being the faint whisper of a breeze funneling up the canyon. Satisfied that I was alone, I made my way to the final heavy steel gate that secures the entrance. I pulled it shut, the metallic clang echoing unnervingly, and slid the heavy bolt into place. The finality of the sound always gave me a small shiver. The site was now sealed, an island of the past cut off from the modern world until morning. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath and watching the first stars begin to prick the deep indigo sky. The air was cool and crisp. The silence was absolute. And then I heard it. Music. It was so faint at first that I thought I'd imagined it, a trick of the wind or my own mind. But it came again, a delicate, reedy whisper on the breeze. It was a flute. The melody was simple, almost mournful, a high, haunting series of notes that seemed to hang in the air like smoke. I froze, every muscle in my body tensed. My heart began a slow, heavy thud against my ribs. It couldn't be. The site was empty. The gate was locked. I was the only person for at least a mile, probably more. My first rational thought was that a tourist had somehow evaded my sweep, found a hiding spot, and was now playing a recorder or a penny whistle as a prank. Annoyance warred with a rising sense of unease. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy itself. "The park is closed." There was no answer, but the music continued, unwavering. It didn't sound like a prank. There was an ancient quality to it, a purity of tone that felt out of place with any modern instrument. I walked to the edge of the overlook, my boots crunching softly on the gravel, and scanned the entire area. I peered down into the canyon, across to the opposite cliff face, and back at the dark, silent facade of Balcony House. There was nothing. No flicker of a flashlight. No silhouette against the skyline. just the immense, empty landscape and the deepening twilight. Then, another sound joined the flute. It was a soft, rhythmic beat. A drum. It wasn't loud or aggressive, but a steady heartbeat, like pulse that provided a foundation for the flute's sorrowful melody. The two sounds were perfectly intertwined, a structured, deliberate piece of music, and it was coming from inside Balcony House. It was emanating from the empty, unlit kivas and stone rooms that I had just walked through, from behind the gate I had just locked. My scientific mind, the mind of an archaeologist trained to rely on evidence and logic, went into overdrive. It was scrambling, desperately trying to construct a plausible explanation. The wind whistling through a perfectly shaped crack in the rock, an auditory illusion caused by the altitude and fatigue. A radio signal from a distant station bouncing off the canyon walls. But this was no random noise. It was structured. It had melody, rhythm, and harmony. It was music. And it was impossible. For a long moment, I was paralyzed, rooted to the spot by a mixture of pure astonishment and a cold, creeping dread. My mind, the archaeologist's mind, was a frantic library, pages flipping wildly as it searched for a reference, a precedent, a logical framework to contain what my senses were reporting. There was none. The data was impossible, so the data must be flawed. My ears were lying. My brain was misinterpreting. I closed my eyes, took a deep, shaky breath of the high-altitude air, and held it. Get a grip, Sharma. I told myself. It's the wind. It has to be the wind. I strained my hearing, trying to deconstruct the sounds, to break them down into their component parts, and identify them as something mundane. I tried to hear the whistle of air through a narrow fissure, the rustle of a loose branch, the distant hum of a generator. But the effort was useless. The sounds remained stubbornly, defiantly, what they were. The clear, melodic line of a wooden flute and the steady, resonant beat of a skin drum. The music wasn't static. It swelled and ebbed, the melody weaving a complex, intricate pattern that spoke of practiced skill. It was filled with a profound melancholy, a sense of deep, ancient longing that resonated in the very marrow of my bones. It felt older than the rocks themselves. I remembered a passage from a book I'd read long ago, an account by the naturalist Marjorie Woodruff, who reported hearing inexplicable, beautiful music echoing from the depths of the Grand Canyon in the 1930s. At the time, I had dismissed it as a quaint, romanticized ghost story, the kind of folklore that inevitably springs up in such majestic and lonely places. I had filed it away under anecdotal curiosities, certainly not as credible evidence. Now, standing in the deepening twilight of Mesa Verde, with that impossible music washing over me, Woodruff's story came rushing back not as folklore, but as a chillingly familiar testimony. I was no longer a skeptical academic reading a dusty account. I was living it. The hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood on end. A primal, physiological response to something my conscious mind refused to accept. This wasn't fear in the typical sense. I didn't feel threatened, not in a physical way. There was no sense of malice or danger. The feeling was something far more complex and unsettling. It was a profound, overwhelming sense of awe, inextricably mixed with the deep, gut-wrenching feeling of being a trespasser. I had stumbled into a place I didn't belong, at a time I wasn't meant to be there. This music wasn't for me. It wasn't a performance. It was private. I was an intruder, eavesdropping on a sacred ceremony of ghosts, a spectral echo of a life that had ended centuries ago. My feet finally obeyed my brain's frantic signals to move. I began to back away, slowly, deliberately, my boots making soft, crunching sounds on the gravel path that seemed sacrilegiously loud against the backdrop of the ethereal music. I never took my eyes off the dark, silent windows of Balcony House. The dwelling looked exactly as it had moments before, empty, inert, a collection of stone and mortar. Yet, it was undeniably the source. The music was pouring from its dark openings, a river of sound from a spring of absolute silence. As I retreated, something shifted. The music seemed to grow a little louder, a little clearer, almost as if it were acknowledging my departure. And then, other sounds began to bleed through, so faint they were at the very edge of my hearing. It was the murmur of voices, not distinct words, but a low, continuous hum, the cadence of conversation or perhaps prayer. Then, for a fleeting second, I heard a clearer sound, a snatch of what could only be described as chanting. A chorus of voices, rising and falling in a rhythmic, liturgical pattern that intertwined perfectly with the flute and the drum. That was what finally broke my trance. The music was one thing. The voices were another. They made it too real, too personal. This wasn't just an echo, it felt like an active event. My slow retreat turned into a brisk walk, my heart hammering against my ribs. I didn't run. Some instinct told me that would be disrespectful. A panic that would be an insult to the solemnity of the moment. But I moved with purpose. My keys clutched so tightly in my hand that the metal bit into my palm. I fumbled with the door of my government-issue truck, my hands shaking slightly. The slam of the door was a jarring, modern sound that felt like a gunshot in the sacred quiet. I turned the key, and the engine roared to life. Its mechanical rumble a comforting, familiar noise from my own world. I flicked on the headlights, and their powerful beams cut through the darkness, illuminating the dusty road ahead and the gnarled shapes of juniper trees. As I drove away from the overlook, I glanced in my rearview mirror. Balcony House was just a dark shape nestled in the cliff, indistinguishable from the surrounding rock. But the music, impossibly, followed me. I could still hear it in my head. The haunting flute melody as clear, as if it were playing on the truck's radio. I drove faster than I should have on the winding park roads, putting distance between myself and the source of the phenomenon. But I couldn't escape the sound in my mind, or the profound sense of dislocation it had caused. The 10-mile drive back to the main ranger station and the housing area felt like an eternity. The familiar landscape of the park now seemed alien and mysterious. Every shadow seemed deeper, every rock formation a silent watcher. The world I knew, a world governed by the laws of physics and the principles of archaeology, had been tilted on its axis. The clear, solid line between the past and the present, between the living and the dead, had blurred into an unsettling fog. By the time I pulled into my designated parking spot, my hands were slick with sweat on the steering wheel. I cut the engine, and the sudden silence was deafening. But it wasn't the same silence as before. This silence was an absence. The music was gone, both from the air and from my head, leaving a ringing void in its place. I sat in my truck for a long time, watching the lights of the other rangers' houses, signs of normal life, of dinner being cooked and televisions being watched. How could I possibly walk in there and explain what I had just experienced? Hey, Dave, you won't believe this, but I think the ancestral Pueblones are having a concert in Balcony House. I would be laughed out of the room, or worse, sent for a psychological evaluation. Some experiences are so intensely personal, so far outside the realm of shared reality, that they are impossible to communicate. They belong to you alone. That night, I didn't just see the cliff dwellings as archaeological sites anymore. That scientific detachment was gone, stripped away by a few minutes of impossible sound. I stopped seeing them as collections of stone and timber, as data points on a historical timeline. I started seeing them as homes. Homes that, in some way my training could never explain, were still occupied. I had spent years studying the people who had lived here, but in that moment, I felt their presence. There are layers to this world, I realized, layers of time and existence stacked one on top of the other. And sometimes, if you're in the right place at the right time, and you're quiet enough, you can hear the echoes of a layer that exists right alongside our own. The dream job had become something else entirely. It had become a vigil. Sleep did not come easily that night. Every time I closed my eyes, the haunting melody of the flute would return, a phantom echo in the quiet of my small ranger issue apartment. I lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, my archaeologist's mind still trying and failing to file the experience away into a neat, logical category. It refused to be categorized. It was an anomaly, a rogue data point that threatened to corrupt the entire system of my understanding. When I finally did drift off, my dreams were a chaotic swirl of shadowy figures moving through fire lit kivas, the scent of juniper smoke thick in the air, and the constant, rhythmic pulse of the drum, a heartbeat in the earth beneath me. The next morning, I felt a profound sense of unreality. The sun rose, casting its familiar golden light over the mesa. My colleagues gathered in the break room, pouring coffee, complaining about paperwork, and discussing the day's tour schedules. It was all so painfully normal. I remember watching Dave, the head ranger, laugh at a joke, and a wave of dizziness washed over me. How could everything be the same when, for me, everything had changed? The world felt like a thin veneer, and I had seen, or rather heard, a glimpse of the vast, inexplicable machinery operating just beneath it. I kept my secret. The words I'd rehearsed in the truck. I think the ancestral Puebloans are having a concert. Seemed even more insane in the bright light of day. To speak them aloud would be to invite ridicule, concern, and a quiet professional ostracism. So I said nothing. I smiled, drank my coffee, and went about my duties, but a chasm had opened between me and everyone else. They saw a national park, a beautiful and historically significant landscape. I now saw a place that was actively haunted, not by malevolent spirits, but by the persistent, powerful residue of life. My work, my dream job, was irrevocably altered. Leading tours became an exercise in cognitive dissonance. I would stand before a group of tourists at Cliff Palace, reciting the facts I knew so well. Population estimates, construction dates, theories on the final migration. My voice was steady, my explanations clear, but inside I was a wreck. My eyes would dart to the dark, empty doorways, half expecting to see a face peering out. I would pause mid-sentence, straining to hear if a ghostly flute melody was hiding beneath the chatter of the crowd and the chirping of canyon wrens. The silence I had once found so profound and peaceful now held a different quality. It was a listening silence. It was expectant. I felt as though I was constantly being observed by unseen eyes, not with menace, but with a quiet, patient curiosity. I was the strange new animal in their environment. I started performing small, almost unconscious acts of reverence before entering a dwelling. I would pause for a moment at the entrance, a silent gesture of asking permission. I found myself speaking in softer tones, moving with more deliberate care, as if not to disturb a sleeping household. Driven by a desperate need for validation, I began to dig. During my off hours, I bypassed my usual academic journals and dove into the park's archives, specifically the old, handwritten logs from rangers of decades past. Most of it was mundane weather observations, records of rockfalls, accounts of troublesome bears. But tucked away, between entries about fairs and tourist incidents, I found them. Brief, cryptic notes. A ranger in the 1950s mentioned a strange, singing wind near Step House on a windless night. Another, in the 1970s, wrote of seeing flickering lights, like firelight, deep within the alcove of Spruce Tree House, long after the park was closed. And then I found a detailed entry from a retiring ranger in 1982. He described, in hesitant, almost apologetic prose, hearing the faint sound of a drumbeat on a still summer evening, an experience he had kept to himself for over 20 years, for fear of being deemed unstable. I read his words, and a profound sense of relief washed over me, so intense it brought tears to my eyes. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't the only one. Marjorie Woodruff, the old rangers, me, we were all part of a small, secret club of witnesses who had inadvertently peeked behind the curtain. I never heard the music again. Perhaps it was a once-in-a-lifetime event, a perfect alignment of time, place, and personal sensitivity. Or perhaps, having been heard, the spirits fell silent, their privacy disturbed. But the initial experience had sensitized me, and I began to notice other things, small impossibilities that I would have previously dismissed without a second thought. One afternoon, while doing a condition assessment at a remote, rarely visited site, I put my small rock hammer down on a specific ledge. I turned away for no more than a minute to make a note in my logbook. When I turned back, the hammer was gone. I searched for 20 minutes, my heart pounding with a familiar mix of fear and awe. I finally found it sitting neatly on a different ledge, 20 feet away, a location I had not been near. Another time, while closing up Longhouse at dusk, I was hit by the strong, unmistakable scent of burning cedar, the traditional wood used in ceremonies. It was just a fleeting whiff, gone as quickly as it came, on a still evening with no fires for miles. These small events were my new reality. They were constant, subtle reminders that I was sharing this space. My scientific certainty had been replaced by a profound and humbling respect for the unknown. The ancestral Pueblones were no longer just a subject of study for me. They were my silent landlords, my invisible neighbors. My seasonal position eventually came to an end. On my last day, I drove back to Balcony House one final time. I didn't get out of the truck. I just sat at the overlook as the sun went down, the same way it had on that August evening. I looked at the dark windows of the dwelling, and I didn't feel fear. I felt a strange sense of kinship, of gratitude. The experience had terrified me, but it had also given me a gift, a glimpse into a reality far more complex and mysterious than I had ever imagined. It had shattered my academic arrogance and replaced it with a deep, abiding wonder. I left Mesa Verde, but in a way, I never really did. The silence of that place and the sounds it contains are a permanent part of me. I continue my work in archaeology, but with a different perspective. I now understand that we are not just digging up the past. We are treading softly through worlds that are still very much alive, layered just out of sight alongside our own. And sometimes, If you are very lucky and very quiet, you might just be invited to listen. My name is Cole Faulkner, and that for 15 years, I have been an employee of the National Park Service. It's a line of work that I fell into, a youthful passion for the outdoors that solidified into a career. Most of that career has been spent under the forgiving sun of the American Southwest. Zion, Arches, the Grand Canyon. Places where the heat is a tangible thing, where the dangers are dehydration and falls, and where the crowds are a constant, humming presence. I'm a man who appreciates warmth, the hum of life, and the clear, defined edges of shadows cast by a desert sun. But for 2 seasons, back to back, my luck ran dry. Due to a series of staffing shuffles and what my supervisor called an opportunity for character building, I drew the short straw. I was assigned to winter duty in Yellowstone National Park. If you've only ever seen Yellowstone in July, packed with minivans and tourists, jostling for a picture of Old Faithful, you haven't seen the park at all. You've seen a theme park with a wilderness backdrop. The real Yellowstone wakes up when the snow falls. Under 10, sometimes 15 feet of powder, it becomes a different planet. The silence is the first thing that gets you. It's not just quiet. It's a physical pressure against your eardrums. A void where the noise of the world used to be. The isolation is a tangible weight on your shoulders. And the cold is a patient, calculating predator. It doesn't just bite. It seeps into your bones, and it will kill you in minutes if you stop respecting it. My assignment was the Thoroughfare region, a patrol cabin deep in the park's southeast corner. For those unfamiliar with the geography, the Thoroughfare Ranger Station holds the distinction of being the most remote occupied dwelling in the contiguous United States. In the summer, it's a long, arduous horseback ride to get there. In the winter, you are utterly and completely snowed in. Your only link to civilization is a crackling radio signal, and your only companions are the shaggy, steaming bison and the ghost, like figures of the wolf packs that roam the Lamar Valley. My job was simple: exist, keep the cabin functional, monitor weather conditions, and perform short range patrols to check on wildlife, ensuring the park's winter keepers were faring well. It was a 10-day solo shift, 10 days of utter solitude. The journey in was a prelude to the isolation to come. A senior ranger named Dave, a man whose face was a roadmap of Wyoming winters, ferried me out on a heavy-duty snowmobile. The machine roared, a violent intrusion in a world of white. For 2 hours, we carved a path through a landscape that felt prehistoric. The trees wore thick coats of snow, their branches bowed into solemn arches. Herds of bison, their coats caked with ice, stood like ancient statues, their breath pluming in the frigid air. Then Dave cut the engine. The silence that rushed in was deafening. "This is it, Cole," he said, his voice sounding small and thin. "Radio in every night at 1900 hours. Don't miss it. If you miss 2, we come looking." He helped me unload my gear, gave me a final grim nod, and then he was gone. The whine of his snowmobile faded, leaving behind a quiet so profound it felt like I had gone deaf. The cabin was a sturdy, simple structure of log and stone, a tiny bastion of warmth against the vast, indifferent wilderness. Inside, it smelled of pine, wood smoke, and old coffee. A pot-bellied stove was the heart of the place, and keeping it fed was my primary chore. The first week of my 10-day shift passed in a comfortable, monotonous rhythm. I'd wake before dawn, stoke the fire, make coffee, and watch the sun cast a pale, ethereal light over the snow, drowned landscape. I'd spend the days on short snowshoe patrols, the crunch of my steps the only sound for miles. I'd check the weather instruments, chop wood, and read old paperbacks left by previous rangers. At 1900 hours, I'd switch on the radio, the crackle and hiss a welcome connection to humanity. Patrol cabin thoroughfare to Mammoth. All's well. Over. The reply would come back, distant and tinny, and then I'd be alone again with the wind and the stars. On the 7th day, a blizzard rolled in. It wasn't a gentle snowfall, it was a fury of wind and white. For 36 hours, the world outside my window ceased to exist, replaced by a churning, howling vortex. The cabin groaned under the assault, and I kept the fire roaring, a silent battle against the elemental rage outside. When I woke on the morning of the 9th day, the storm had broken. The silence that returned was even deeper than before, muffled by the fresh blanket of powder that had buried everything. At least 2 feet of new snow had fallen, pure, pristine, and untouched. After a quick breakfast, I pulled on my heavy gear and grabbed a shovel. The path to the woodshed was completely gone, and I needed to clear it. The air was so cold it felt sharp in my lungs, each breath a tiny ache. The sun was brilliant on the new snow, the glare almost painful. I began to dig, the rhythmic scrape and toss of the shovel the only sound. I was about halfway to the shed when I saw my shovel held in midair. That's when I saw them. Footprints. They weren't the tracks of a fox or a coyote. I knew those patterns as well as I knew my own hands. They weren't the heavy, clumsy prints of a bear cub, which should have been hibernating anyway. These were small, unmistakably child-sized, and they were barefoot. The distinct shape of 5 small toes and a naked heel were pressed deep and perfect into the crystalline powder. My blood didn't just run cold. It felt like it had turned to ice slush in my veins. I stood frozen, scanning the entire perimeter of my clearing. Nothing. Just the silent, snow-laden pines of the forest edge. I took a slow, deliberate breath, my mind racing, trying to assemble a rational explanation. There wasn't one. There was not another human being for 50 miles in any direction. No one, absolutely no one, could have walked here through that blizzard, and to do so barefoot. It was an impossibility, a violation of every law of nature and survival I had ever known. With my heart hammering against my ribs, I left my shovel where it stood and began to follow the tracks. They emerged from the dense tree line to the north and proceeded in a slow, deliberate path. They didn't meander. They didn't run. They walked. They formed a perfect, unbroken circle around my cabin, maintaining a consistent distance of about 10 feet from the walls. It was as if someone had been methodically pacing the perimeter, inspecting it. I followed the circle all the way around. It was flawless. Then I saw where it broke. The tracks stopped directly beneath the main window of the living area. The very window where I had spent the long hours of the blizzard, sitting by the fire, reading a solitary figure in a pool of lamplight. The snow there was more heavily disturbed, the footprints deeper, overlapping. It looked exactly as if someone had stood there, shifting their weight from foot to foot, for a very, very long time, just peering inside, watching me. From that single spot, a new line of tracks led away. They went in a straight, unwavering line, back toward the dense lodgepole pine forest from which they had come. I followed them to the edge of the trees. The prints continued for another 20 feet into the shadowy woods, and then they just stopped. They didn't fade. They didn't get scuffed. They simply ceased to exist, as if the person who made them had vanished into thin air. I stood there for a long time, the profound silence of the forest pressing in on me. The safe, cozy feeling of my remote outpost was gone, shattered. The cabin no longer felt like a shelter. It felt like a fishbowl. I retreated back inside, the image of those small, bare feet burned into my mind. I bolted the door, something I hadn't bothered to do before, and spent the rest of the day with my service, rifle resting across my lap, watching the tree line. But there was nothing to see. Just the snow, the trees, and the crushing, watchful silence. Daylight began to fade with agonizing slowness. The brilliant, glaring white of the snow outside softened into shades of blue and deep purple. Inside the cabin, the shadows grew long and distorted, twisting the familiar shapes of furniture into monstrous forms. I kept the fire in the stove roaring, feeding it log after log not just for warmth, but for the light, the cheerful crackle and pop of the burning wood was a flimsy shield against the oppressive silence that now owned the world outside my walls. My rifle, a standard issue bolt-action 30-06, felt impossibly small and inadequate. It was a tool for stopping a charging bison or a curious grizzly. What good was it against something that left no scent, made no sound, and walked barefoot through a blizzard? Sleep was out of the question. I tried to read, but the words on the page were a meaningless jumble. My eyes kept flicking up to the large window, the black, reflective pane that had become a source of profound dread. I had drawn the heavy curtain, but it did little to ease the feeling. The knowledge of what was out there, of who had stood there, was a poison in my mind. Every creak of the cabins, logs settling in the cold, every gust of wind that moaned around the eaves, sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through me. I was a prisoner in my own sanctuary. I began to talk to myself. Not just little murmurs, but full-on conversations. "It's just a trick of the light, Cole," I'd say out loud, my voice sounding alien in the quiet room. "The wind can do strange things to snow." But the part of me that had spent 15 years reading tracks and understanding the language of the wilderness knew I was lying. Those were footprints. Deliberate, intentional, and utterly impossible. My 1900 hours radio call felt like a confession I couldn't make. The static crackled, and the voice from Mammoth, a ranger named Sarah, came through with reassuring normalcy. "Patrol cabin thoroughfare. How are things looking out there, Cole?" I gripped the microphone, my knuckles white. What could I say? "Hey, Sarah. I think a ghost child is stalking my cabin." Any protocols for that? I would be recalled for a psych evaluation so fast my head would spin. So, I forced my voice to be steady. "All's well, Mammoth. The blizzard passed. Lots of new snow." "Good to hear," she replied. "Stay warm out there. Over." The radio went silent, and my last link to the sane world was severed for another 24 hours. The isolation was now absolute. I made it through the night by staying busy. I cleaned my rifle 3 times. I organized the pantry. I paced the floorboards until I was sure I was wearing a groove in them. I drank cup after cup of coffee, the caffeine and the paranoia creating a vicious, jittery loop. As the hours crawled toward dawn, a new, more terrifying thought began to form. What if it came back? It was around 3 a.m., the absolute dead of night, when the silence was finally broken. It wasn't the wind. It was a soft, rhythmic tap, tap, tap on the glass of the main window. I froze, my blood turning to ice. It was quiet, tentative, almost polite. like a small child trying to get someone's attention. I stopped breathing, straining to hear. Tap, 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 tap. It was undeniable. My heart felt like it was trying to batter its way out of my chest. Every survival instinct screamed at me to stay put, to hide in the darkest corner of the cabin and wait for morning. But another part of me, the part that was a ranger, the part that couldn't stand the not knowing, took over. I grabbed my high, lumen flashlight and drew my sidearm, a heavy .44 Magnum I carried for close encounters. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely work the safety. I crept toward the window, my socked feet making no sound on the wooden floor. The curtain was a solid barrier between me and the horror I imagined on the other side. I stood beside it, my back pressed against the cold logs, my breath held tight in my chest. I counted to 3. With a flick of my wrist, I yanked the curtain aside and simultaneously hit the switch on the flashlight, flooding the area outside the window with a blinding white beam. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just the smooth, undisturbed blanket of snow from the day before, glowing under the harsh light. Beyond it, the black wall of the pine forest stood silent and still. My own reflection, wide-eyed and pale, stared back at me from the glass, a pistol in one hand and a flashlight in the other. I scanned the beam left and right, cutting through the darkness. There was no one there. There were no new tracks. Nothing. Had I imagined it? Was the isolation finally cracking my sanity? I stood there for a full minute, my light carving up the night, before my shoulders slumped in a mixture of relief and profound confusion. I let the curtain fall back into place and retreated to my chair by the cooling stove, where I sat, gun in my lap, until the first gray light of dawn crept over the mountains. The next morning, I knew I wasn't crazy. They were there again. In the light dusting of frost that had settled overnight, a fresh set of tracks. The exact same pattern. A perfect circle around the cabin, and a long, deep set of prints right below my window, exactly where I had shone my light. It had been there. It had been tapping on the glass, and I hadn't seen it. This went on for 2 more nights. The footprints every morning, the feeling of being watched every night. The tapping didn't return, but in some ways, the silence was worse. It was an expectant silence, a silence that held a threat. My carefully constructed routine crumbled. I stopped going on patrols. I ate canned food cold because I couldn't be bothered to cook. My world shrank to the interior of the cabin and the terrifying snow-covered clearing outside. On the last full day of my shift, desperate for any kind of explanation, I turned to the small, dusty collection of books left in the cabin. It was a motley assortment. Technical manuals, old westerns, and a few volumes on local history and geology. Tucked away on the bottom shelf was a thin, leather-bound book with no title on the spine. It was a compilation of regional folklore, put together by an anthropologist in the 1950s. I flipped through it, my eyes scanning for anything, any legend or story that might explain what was happening. I found it in a chapter on the beliefs of the northern tribes, specifically those with roots in the Alaskan and far northern territories. The page was yellowed and brittle. I read a reference to a creature the natives called the Ursenrat, which translated roughly to the little people, or the shadow people. My skin went cold as I read the description. They were said to be childlike spirits of the forest, elusive and shy, but also territorial and deeply malicious toward intruders. The legends describe them as being small, human children and capable of moving through the wilderness without a sound, often appearing and disappearing at will. They were known to be active in the deep winter, their presence marked by strange occurrences and the unsettling feeling of being watched. The book described how they would torment isolated hunters or travelers, tapping on their shelters in the night, leaving mysterious signs, and creating a sense of creeping madness. They were said to mislead people, luring them deep into the woods with faint noises or glimpses of movement, only to abandon them to the cold. The description didn't just resonate. It was a perfect, horrifying match for my experience. These weren't the actions of a lost child. They were the calculated, predatory behaviors of something ancient and malevolent. I slammed the book shut, my heart pounding. Giving my fear a name didn't help. It made it worse. This wasn't a random, inexplicable event anymore. It was a known phenomenon. I was trespassing, and the residents were making their displeasure known. I had one more night to survive. That last night was the longest of my life. The knowledge from the book didn't arm me, it disarmed me. Before, I was dealing with an anomaly, a terrifying but perhaps explainable mystery. Now, I was dealing with a named entity, a thing with a history and a playbook. The Ersenrat. The word itself felt like a splinter in my mind. I was no longer just a man in an isolated cabin. I was a character in a very old, very dark story, and I had no idea how it was supposed to end. I didn't even pretend to rest. I wedged the back of a heavy wooden chair under the doorknob, a completely useless gesture that offered a sliver of psychological comfort. I kept the fire blazing, turning the small cabin into a sweltering box. But the heat couldn't touch the cold that had settled deep inside me. My rifle and my sidearm were my constant companions. I sat at the small table, facing the curtained window, my entire being focused on the sounds of the night. The silence was different now. It was heavier, filled with intent. I felt like I was on a stage, under a spotlight, and an unseen audience was waiting for me to make a mistake. The folklore book lay open on the table, its description of the Ersenrat's methods replaying in my head. They torment isolated travelers, creating a sense of creeping madness, luring them deep into the woods with faint noises. I thought about the tapping on the window. Was that just a torment? Or was it an invitation? An attempt to draw me outside into the killing cold? Every gust of wind was the whisper of a name. Every pop from the stove was a footstep on the porch. My mind, starved of sleep and saturated with fear, began to play tricks on me. I saw movement in the periphery, fleeting shadows that vanished when I turned my head. I heard what sounded like faint, childish laughter on the wind, a sound so horrible and out of place that I had to clamp my hands over my ears. Was it real? Or was this the creeping madness the book had described? I didn't know, and that was the most terrifying part. I had lost my ability to trust my own senses. The hours between midnight and dawn were a physical ordeal. My body was screaming for sleep, but my mind was a live wire. I kept my focus on a single point, the eastern horizon. I just had to make it to sunrise. Dave was scheduled to arrive around 0900. I just had to hold on. I started counting the seconds, a slow, deliberate metronome in my head to keep the panic at bay. 1, 2, 3. The numbers became a mantra, a thin thread of sanity in a storm of fear. When the first hint of gray finally appeared, it was like a physical weight being lifted. The oppressive, inky blackness outside softened, and the shapes of the trees began to resolve themselves from the shadows. I had made it through the night. I felt no triumph, only a hollowed-out exhaustion. I waited. The sun climbed higher, casting long, blue shadows across the snow. I didn't move from my post. I just watched the tree line, waiting for the first sign of Dave's snowmobile. The minutes stretched into an eternity. What if he didn't come? What if the blizzard had blocked the trails more than he expected? The paranoia began to creep back in, and then I heard it. Faint at first, a low whine that was not the wind. It grew steadily, a mechanical, man-made sound that was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. The roar of the snowmobile engine was the sound of the real world. The sound of safety, the sound of my ordeal coming to an end. I felt a wave of relief so powerful, it almost brought me to my knees. I unwedged the chair from the door and stumbled outside, blinking in the bright morning light. The cold air hit my face, sharp and clean. And there, carving a path through the pristine snow, was the dark shape of the snowmobile. I had never been so happy to see another human being in my entire life. As Dave pulled up, killing the engine and plunging the clearing back into silence, he gave me a long, hard look. "You look like hell, Cole," he said, his voice gruff but not unkind. "Long shift," I managed to say, my own voice hoarse. While Dave did a quick check of the cabin, I began gathering my gear, my movements hurried and clumsy. I wanted to be gone. I didn't want to spend another second in this place. As I carried my pack toward the snowmobile, my eyes were drawn, one last time, to the now familiar pattern in the snow. The footprints were there, as I knew they would be. A fresh set from the night just passed, tracing their circular patrol around my prison. The deep impressions below the window were there, a silent testament to my unseen visitor. I followed the tracks with my eyes, as they led away from the window, back toward the forest. But this time, there was something new. Something that made the hair on my arms stand straight up, and a cold dread, worse than anything I had felt before, wash over me. Next to the final footprint, the very last one before the tracks vanished into the trees, someone had drawn a small, crude picture in the snow. It was a circle with 2 dots for eyes and an upturned curve for a mouth. A smiley face. It was a taunt. A message. It was a playful, childish gesture imbued with an ancient knowing malice. It said, "We were here. We were watching you. We know you were afraid." And this was all a game. I stood there, paralyzed, staring at that simple, horrifying drawing. It was the final, psychological twist of the knife. It confirmed that this wasn't just a haunting, it was an intelligent, calculated act of terror. "Cole! Let's move." Dave's voice snapped me out of it. I tore my eyes away from the smiley face, threw my gear onto the back of the snowmobile, and climbed on behind him without a word. I didn't look back. As the engine roared to life and we sped away, I felt the oppressive weight of the forest's silence lift, but the image of that childish drawing in the snow was burned permanently into my memory. I never told Dave, or anyone in the service, the full story. They wouldn't have believed me. I put in for a transfer the day I got back to Mammoth and was in Zion by the spring. I never went back to Yellowstone for a winter shift. I'll take my chances with the heat and the crowds. Some places, especially in the dead of winter, are meant to be left alone. They have their own residents, and they don't appreciate the company. They have their own games, and you don't want to be the one they choose to play with. My service record with the National Park Service identifies me as Ranger Jackson Reed, badge number 734, I've been assigned to the Blue Ridge Park Way District for 22 years, which constitutes the majority of my adult life. Most folks I encounter, from the seasonal staff to the lost tourists I pull out of a ditch, just call me Jack. It's a name that feels more at home here, amidst the ancient, rolling peaks and the deep, quiet hollers. This land doesn't care much for formalities. It's a world of granite, hickory, and silence, and it has a way of stripping you down to the essentials. The Parkway is a deceptive creature. For the millions who drive its winding asphalt ribbon, each year it's a scenic escape, a curated slice of Appalachian beauty viewed through a car window. They see the gentle curves, the meticulously maintained overlooks, the vibrant explosion of fall colors that sets the mountains ablaze in shades of crimson and gold. They smell the sweet, cloying scent of galax leaves in the sun, and hear the distant roar of a waterfall. What they don't see is the Parkway's other face. They don't feel the bone, deep chill of a November rain at 4,000 feet, or the unnerving, absolute blackness of a moonless night miles from the nearest town. They don't know the feeling of the forest watching you, a primal awareness that prickles the back of your neck when you're alone and the trail has disappeared. I've spent 2 decades learning both of its faces, the beautiful and the brutal, and I've developed a healthy, professional respect for its power. My job is a mix of the mundane and the terrifying. One day, I might be giving a talk on bear safety to a group of wide-eyed children at a visitor center. The next, I could be coordinating a multi-agency response to a wildfire, the air thick with smoke, and the roar of the blaze sounding like a freight train. I've rescued hikers with broken ankles, tracked down lost dogs, and cleared fallen trees after ice storms that coated every branch in a crystalline shell. Through it all, I prided myself on being a man of logic and procedure. In this line of work, you have to be. Panic is a contagion, and skepticism is your shield. You learn the science behind the weather patterns, the geology of the rock faces, the predictable habits of the wildlife. You rely on maps, compasses, and the steady, reassuring crackle of the radio. There is an explanation for everything, and it's usually far more boring than people want to believe. Nowhere was this professional skepticism more necessary than when dealing with the subject of the Brown Mountain Lights. Every autumn, as the air grew crisp and the days shortened, the pilgrimage would begin. They'd start arriving in the late afternoon, cars and campers pulling into the overlooks at mileposts 301 and 310. They came with binoculars, thermoses of coffee, and a hushed, almost reverent anticipation. They were here to see the ghost lights. For years, I was the designated debunker. I'd walk the overlook, my boots crunching on stray gravel, and offer the official, scientifically sanctioned explanations. Folks, what you're likely to see are headlights from cars down in the Catawba River Valley, I'd say, pointing into the vast darkness. On a clear night, atmospheric refraction can make them appear to float or move erratically. If they pressed, I had more. There's also the theory of swamp gas, or ignis fatuus. Decaying organic matter in the boggy areas below can produce phosphine and methane, which can spontaneously ignite. For the more scientifically minded tourists, I'd even mention ball lightning, a rare but documented atmospheric phenomenon. I had an answer for everything. I could recite the findings of the 1922 U.S. Geological Survey report from memory. I was calm, rational, and a little bit smug. I saw myself as a bastion of reason against a tide of superstition. And the stories were legion. The oldest, and the one that always seemed to carry the most weight, was the Cherokee legend. The story, as it was told to me by a tribal elder, spoke of a great battle fought on the slopes of Brown Mountain between the Cherokee and the Catawba warriors, long before the first white man set foot here. After the battle, the women of the tribe came out with torches, searching the dense woods for their husbands, sons, and brothers who had fallen. The lights, the legend says, are the spirits of these women, their torches still burning, their search eternal. When you hear that story told in the quiet of the mountains, with the wind whispering through the pines, it's hard to dismiss it as mere folklore. It feels woven into the very fabric of the place. Then there were the bluegrass tales, passed down through generations of mountain families. The most famous was about a slave who went hunting with his master in the 1850s. The slave returned alone, and when questioned, he claimed his master had been lost in the wilderness. A search party was formed, and they eventually found the master's body, murdered. The slave confessed to the crime, and he was hanged. But just before he died, he swore that he would return with a light to search for his master for all time. I heard them all. I listened patiently, nodded, and then gently offered my scientific counter-arguments. I was Ranger Jack, the professional skeptic. I believed in what I could see, touch, and explain. The world was a complex but ultimately knowable place. Ghosts and spirits had no place in it. They were stories, nothing more. Echoes of grief and fear, designed to explain the unexplainable. My partner, a grizzled old-timer named Ben Carter, who was nearing retirement, used to just smile at my certainty. Ben had been a ranger back when the parkway was still being paved in some sections. He'd seen more than I could imagine, and he kept his own counsel. "The mountains have secrets, Jack," he'd say, his voice a low rumble. "Best not to be too sure you know all of them." I'd just clap him on the shoulder and tell him he'd been breathing too much swamp gas. I was comfortable in my certainty. I was good at my job. I understood the mountain. Or so I thought. I had no idea that my entire, carefully constructed worldview was about to be shattered. The fall of 2016 was when it happened. The season had been unusually dry, and the leaves turned earlier than normal, a brittle, fiery canopy that rustled with every breeze. The air was clear, the nights cold, and the tourists were out in force, hoping for a glimpse of the phantom lights. I was doing my usual rounds, feeling the familiar rhythm of the season settle in, and then, on a Tuesday afternoon, the call came over the radio. A hiker, overdue. Last seen near the summit of Brown Mountain itself. A search and rescue operation was being launched, and I was assigned to lead one of the ground teams. Search and rescue operations have a grim, familiar rhythm. It starts with a controlled chaos at the incident command post, usually set up in a ranger station parking lot. Maps are spread across the hoods of trucks, their corners held down by coffee cups and flashlights. We get the details. The hiker's name was Daniel Miller, a 28-year-old from Charlotte, relatively inexperienced but equipped for a day hike. His car was found at the trailhead a day overdue. His intended route was a strenuous, seldom used path that skirts the upper slopes of Brown Mountain. That was our first problem. The trails the tourists use are one thing. The old hunting paths and unofficial tracks are another beast entirely. They are faint, treacherous, and crisscross terrain that can snap an ankle or swallow a man whole with one misstep. Ben and I were assigned to Team Alpha, Our sector was a steep, heavily wooded drainage, basin on the mountain's northwest face. It was rough country, choked with rhododendron thickets so dense you had to turn sideways and bull your way through, the waxy leaves slapping at your face. We moved in a sweep line, spaced about 50 yards apart, our voices calling out,
Daniel! Park Service!
"Can you hear us?" The words were swallowed by the immense, indifferent silence of the woods. The only reply was the rustle of leaves under our boots and the occasional scolding chatter of a squirrel. The first day was a grueling, fruitless slog. We combed ravines and scrambled over moss, slick rock falls, our eyes scanning for any sign of passage, a broken branch, a scuff mark in the dirt, a dropped water bottle. We found nothing. As dusk began to settle, the forest transformed. The familiar shapes of trees melted into hulking, ambiguous shadows. The temperature dropped, and the air grew heavy with the smell of damp earth and decay. We made camp on a small, level patch of ground, the mood grim. Over the crackle of a small, contained fire, the talk was all business. Adjusting the search grid for the next day, conserving supplies, checking radio batteries. But underneath the professional chatter, there was a shared anxiety. A second night out for a lost hiker, especially with the temperatures dropping, was a bad sign. Ben was quieter than usual. He'd just stare into the fire, his weathered face illuminated by the flickering flames, a deep sadness in his eyes. "This mountain doesn't like to give people back," he murmured, more to himself than to me. I started to give him my standard line about exposure and the golden hour of survival, but the words died in my throat. My usual certainty felt hollow out here, a city dweller's arrogance. The mountain didn't care about statistics. The second day was harder. The terrain grew steeper, the footing more precarious. We were moving further and further from any established trail, into the deep wilderness that lies just beyond the scenic veneer of the parkway. The physical toll was immense, but the mental strain was worse. Every shadow looked like a crumpled figure. Every gust of wind through the pines sounded like a faint cry for help. Hope begins to fray after a day and a half of finding nothing. You start to shift from a rescue mission to a recovery operation in your mind, even if no one says it out loud. By late afternoon on that second day, we'd reached a high, exposed ridge. The wind was sharper up here, and the trees were stunted and gnarled, twisted into fantastic shapes by years of fighting the elements. We were far from any road, any trail, any sign of human activity. The valley floor was a hazy, distant quilt of greens and browns below us. We were taking a break, drinking the last of our lukewarm water, and looking at the map, when the sun finally dipped below the western peaks. The sky bled from orange to a deep, bruised purple. Night fell quickly in the mountains, not a gentle fade, but like a switch being thrown. Ben and I stood for a moment, just catching our breath before we started the long trek back to our base camp. The woods were now plunged into an almost absolute darkness, the kind that feels heavy, like a physical weight. And then we saw it. It wasn't a flicker. It wasn't a distant, ambiguous pinpoint of light that you could explain away as a car or a campfire. This was close. And it was undeniable. From a dense stand of hemlocks about 100 yards down the slope from us, a glowing orb of light emerged. It simply floated out from between the trees, silent and serene. It was roughly the size of a large beach ball, maybe a little bigger. The color was something I'd never seen in nature. A soft, ethereal blue. White that seemed to pulse with a slow, steady rhythm. like a sleeping heart, and it made absolutely no sound. The forest was dead quiet, and the only thing I could hear was the blood pounding in my own ears. My first thought, the skeptic's thought, was drone. But it was instantly dismissed. There was no hum of rotors, no blinking FAA-required lights. It moved with a fluidity that was utterly alien. It drifted slowly along the ridgeline, not in a straight line, but weaving between the massive trunks of the ancient trees. It moved as if it were intelligent, as if it were looking for something. It would hover for a moment, its soft light bathing a patch of forest floor in a cold, sterile glow, and then it would glide on, its path deliberate and inquisitive. I felt a hand grip my arm. Hard it was Ben. His face was a pale mask in the gloom. "Don't make a sound," he whispered, his voice tight and strained. "Just watch." My throat was dry. My entire body was rigid. I was a professional observer of the natural world, and every instinct, every year of my training, was screaming that what I was seeing was impossible. The light itself was wrong. It wasn't like a flashlight beam or a lantern. It didn't cast sharp shadows. In fact, it didn't seem to cast any distinct shadows at all. The light seemed to emanate from within the orb, a self-contained luminescence that illuminated the trees and rocks around it without a clear source. It was a cold light, devoid of any warmth or comfort. It was the light of something else. We watched, frozen, for what felt like an eternity, but was probably no more than a single minute. The orb continued its silent, methodical search down the length of the ridge. It dipped below a small rise, and for a moment, I thought it was gone. Then it reappeared, climbing smoothly over the obstruction, its silent journey uninterrupted. It reached the end of the open ridge and floated towards a dark wall of impenetrable forest. And then, without any warning, it just winked out. It didn't fade. It didn't fly away. It was there, a solid, pulsating sphere of impossible light, and then it was gone. Vanished. The sudden, absolute plunge back into darkness was more shocking than the light itself. The absence of it was a physical blow. My eyes struggled to adjust, seeing only dancing phosphenes where the orb had been. The silence that rushed back in was profound, broken only by the ragged sound of my own breathing and the frantic thumping of my heart. We just stood there for a long time, two men alone on a dark mountain, staring at the spot where the impossible had just happened. "What the hell was that?" I finally managed to say, my voice a hoarse croak. It sounded small and foolish in the vast emptiness. Ben didn't answer right away. He just let out a long, slow breath he seemed to have been holding the whole time. He finally turned to look at me, his eyes wide in the faint starlight. "Now you've seen one," he said, his voice heavy with a significance I was only just beginning to understand. Up close. The hike back to our makeshift camp was a surreal, stumbling affair. The familiar woods now felt alien, imbued with a new and unsettling dimension. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig under my boot, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. My professional composure, the shield I had worn for 2 decades, was gone, shattered into a million pieces by that silent, pulsing light. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see that cold, blue, white glow drifting between the trees, following us. My mind, trained to find logical patterns and explanations, was in a state of revolt. It cycled through the debunked theories: swamp gas, ball lightning, headlights, but they were all laughably inadequate now. What we saw wasn't a natural phenomenon. It was an intelligence. It moved with purpose. It searched. When we finally got back to the dying embers of our fire, Ben tossed a few more logs on, and the flames sprang back to life, pushing the oppressive darkness back a few feet. The small circle of light felt like a sanctuary, a tiny island of the known in a vast ocean of the unknown. We sat in silence for a long time, the unspoken question hanging in the air between us. Finally, Ben spoke, his voice low and raspy. "I saw one up close before," he said, not looking at me but into the fire. "About 15 years ago. A winter search, not far from here. Snow on the ground. We were tracking a guy who'd gotten turned around hunting. Saw it come right over a ridge, just like tonight. Same silent, blue light. It floated down into the ravine where we found him the next morning. He'd frozen to death." He paused, picking up a stick and poking at the logs. "The old Cherokee stories. They're not just stories, Jack. They're reports. Observations. Passed down. They didn't have a word for atmospheric phenomenon or refracted light. They called it what it looked like, a spirit with a torch. A searcher. They knew this mountain was a place where the veil between worlds is thin. A place of great sorrow and great power." He then told me things he'd never mentioned before, stories that weren't in the official park, folklore, pamphlets. He talked about other rangers, quiet professionals like us, who had seen things they couldn't explain. A ranger who swore he saw one of the lights lead him directly to a child who had wandered off from a campsite. Another who saw one hover over the site of a crash from the 1970s. The stories were all the same, a silent, searching light, appearing during times of tragedy and loss in the deepest, most remote parts of the wilderness. "The scientists can have their theories," Ben said, finally looking at me, his eyes reflecting the fire. "They measure things from a distance. They need data, proof, something they can put in a box and label. But they're not out here on a second night, with a man's life on the line. They don't feel it. When you see one of those things up close, moving through the woods like it owns the place, you know you're looking at something that doesn't belong to our world. It's not hostile. It's not friendly. It just is. It's a part of the mountain, maybe the oldest part. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in my sleeping bag, staring up at the canopy of leaves, my mind replaying the image of the orb over and over. Its silent glide, its deliberate weaving through the trees, the cold, sterile glow, the sudden, shocking vanishing act. My entire career had been built on a foundation of observable facts and scientific principles. That foundation had been pulverized. I was left with a chilling, profound uncertainty. The world was suddenly a much larger, stranger, and more mysterious place than I had ever allowed myself to believe. The skepticism that had been my armor now felt like a child's blanket, useless against the true darkness. The next morning, we broke camp at first light. The mood was somber. The previous night's event left unspoken, but weighing heavily on both of us. We followed the ridge where we had seen the light, our search patterns now infused with a new, grim sense of direction. We were no longer just searching. We were following a path that had been illuminated for us. We found Daniel Miller an hour later. He was at the bottom of a steep, rocky crevice, partially obscured by a tangle of mountain laurel. It was clear he had fallen from the ridge above, the same ridge the light had been so intently scanning. From the position of his body, it was obvious he had died instantly. It was a tragedy, a life cut short by one wrong step in an unforgiving landscape. It was a scene I had witnessed before in my career, but this time was different. As we stood there, waiting for the recovery team to be dispatched, I looked back up at the ridge. The morning sun streamed through the trees, dappling the forest floor in light. It was just a normal stretch of woods again, beautiful and serene. But I could no longer see it that way. I could still feel the cold presence of the night before. I could see the path the orb had taken, its silent, methodical search along the very edge from which Daniel had fallen. As we prepared to carry him out, a thought, cold and sharp, cut through my grief and exhaustion. The light hadn't been searching for him. He was already gone. It had been searching the place where he had died. It was as if it were drawn to the echo of the tragedy, a witness to the final, violent moments of a life. The old stories clicked into place with a terrifying new clarity. The Cherokee women with their torches, searching for their slain warriors. The ghost of the slave, looking for his murdered master. They were all stories of searching after a death had already occurred. We never filed a report about what we saw. Who would we tell? What would we even say? Team Alpha observed an unidentified luminous phenomenon, approximately 1 meter in diameter, exhibiting intelligent, non-ballistic movement. They would have sent us for psychological evaluation. It became another one of the mountain's secrets, a shared experience that bonded Ben and me in a way that 2 decades of working together never had. I still work the parkway. I still drive the scenic ribbon of asphalt and talk to the tourists. But when they ask me about the brown mountain lights now, I find I can't give them the old, easy answers. I no longer talk about swamp gas or car headlights with any conviction. Instead, I just look out towards the vast, hazy bulk of the mountain and tell them, it's a mystery. Sometimes, I'll tell them the Cherokee legend. I'll tell it not as a quaint piece of folklore, but as a possibility, a story that holds a truth deeper than any geological survey. I look back at that ridge where we saw the light, and I wonder, maybe the old stories are right. Maybe something is still out there on that mountain searching, a silent, patient witness drawn to the echoes of sorrow. And maybe, just maybe, in the darkest, most hidden places, it sometimes finds what it's looking for. My name is Lena Petrova. For 2 consecutive summers, that name was attached to the official title of Seasonal Park Ranger for the United States National Park Service. My station was Badlands National Park in the southwestern corner of South Dakota, a place that redefines one's understanding of the word desolation. People speak of its beauty, and they aren't wrong. But it is a beauty forged from violence and extremes. It's a stark, brutal kind of allure. The kind that feels less like an invitation and more like a challenge. The landscape is an alien moonscape, a sprawling graveyard of eroded butts, jagged pinnacles and silent, watchful spires that claw at an endless sky. This geological chaos is ringed by a vast, seemingly infinite mixed grass prairie, an ocean of pale green and gold that whispers with every breath of wind. To work there is to learn a new kind of respect, not just for nature, but for the raw power of the elements. In the summer, the heat is not merely a number on a thermometer. It is a physical force, a tangible presence that presses down on you from the moment the sun clears the horizon. Temperatures routinely soared past 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And out in the backcountry, shade is a myth. It's a concept you remember from a more civilized world, but it has no practical application here. You learn to revere the sun as a dangerous, indifferent deity, You learn to measure your life in liters of water, and you quickly adopt the first rule of the Badlands. Carry more than you think you will ever need, and then add another bottle. Dehydration is a silent predator, and it stalks the unprepared with a terrifying efficiency. My duties were varied, ranging from visitor assistance on the main loop road to educational talks at the Ben Rafel Visitor Center. But the part of the job that truly embedded itself in my soul was backcountry patrol. These patrols were long, solitary affairs, conducted on an all-terrain vehicle along dusty, barely their service tracks that snake it for miles through areas the average tourist would never see. This was the real Badlands, the raw, untamed heart of the park. Out there, the silence was profound, a living entity broken only by the drone of my ATV's engine, the cry of a red-tailed hawk, or the unsettling rattle of a prairie dog's warning call. It was a place that could make you feel like the last person on Earth. It was on one such patrol, in the suffocating heat of a late July afternoon, that the incident occurred. The sun was at its zenith, a merciless white disk in a bleached blue sky. The heat radiated up from the pale, cracked earth in shimmering waves, distorting the horizon and making the distant buttes tremble as if they were alive. I was miles from the relative civilization of the main road, deep in a sector designated as Backcountry Area 7. The air was thick, heavy, and tasted of dust and baked clay. My uniform was damp with sweat, and a fine layer of pale grit coated my skin, my clothes, and my equipment. I was navigating a familiar track that curved around the base of a massive, multi-colored butte, its layers telling a story of millions of years of geological time. The engine's hum was a familiar comfort in the oppressive silence. As I rounded the final, sweeping curve of the formation, my world tilted on its axis. I slammed on the brakes, my body lurching forward as the ATV skidded to a halt in a cloud of its own dust. There, about 200 yards from the track, stood a man. He was in the middle of the open prairie, a flat, exposed expanse of dry grass and cracked earth that offered no shelter, no context for his presence. He was standing perfectly still, his posture rigid, his gaze fixed on the eastern horizon. The initial shock was quickly followed by a surge of utter disbelief. It wasn't just that he was there, in the middle of nowhere, but how he was there. The man was wearing a suit, not a light, modern suit, but a full, dark wool, three-piece suit. It was charcoal gray or black. It was hard to tell in the blinding glare. He wore a white shirt and a dark tie, knotted neatly at his throat. The suit was immaculate. From my position, even without binoculars, I could see that it was clean, pressed, and utterly out of place. There was not a speck of dust on it, not a single wrinkle to suggest a long journey. In the crushing 100-degree heat, he should have been on the verge of collapse, his clothes soaked through with sweat and caked with the ubiquitous dust of the Badlands. Yet, he looked as if he had just stepped out of an air-conditioned boardroom meeting and been teleported into the heart of this furnace. My training, a litany of protocols and procedures drilled into me for situations like this, fought against the sheer irrationality of what I was seeing. My mind scrambled for a logical explanation. A lost tourist, perhaps. Someone who had wandered away from their vehicle, profoundly disoriented and suffering from severe heat stroke. Delirium could explain the inappropriate clothing. Perhaps he didn't even realize what he was wearing or where he was. This had to be it. A medical emergency. I grabbed my radio, my thumb fumbling with the transmit button. Dispatch, this is Ranger Petrova. My voice was steady, a trained calmness I did not feel. I have a visual on a solo individual, appears disoriented and inappropriately dressed for the conditions. Location is Backcountry Area 7, approximately 2 miles east of the Dillon Pass access point. I am proceeding to make contact and assess the situation. Advise backup to be on standby. Copy that, Petrova. A calm voice crackled back. Standby for backup. Proceed with caution. I grabbed a heavy 1-gallon jug of water from the rack on my ATV, the plastic sloshing with a sound that seemed impossibly loud in the dead air. I left the vehicle running. Its hum was a tether to the sane, predictable world. I suddenly felt slipping away. The sun beat down on my neck as I began to walk toward him, my boots sinking into the soft, dusty soil. The ground here was a fine, pale powder, the kind that held a footprint with perfect, crisp clarity. I could hear the soft crunch of my own steps, each one leaving a clear, deep impression in the earth. "Sir," I called out, my voice sounding thin and small in the vast emptiness. "Sir, are you okay?" "My name is Ranger Petrova. I'm here to help." He didn't react. There was no flicker of movement, no turn of the head, not even a twitch. He remained a static figure, a dark anomaly painted onto the sun-drenched landscape. A deep, primal sense of wrongness began to wash over me, cold and heavy despite the heat. It was a feeling that started in my gut and spread through my limbs, a silent alarm that screamed louder than any logical thought. As I drew closer, my eyes were fixed on him, but my ranger instincts had me scanning the ground, looking for signs. Spoor, as we called it. Tracks. A path. Anything to explain how he had gotten to this spot. I looked at the ground all around him, and I saw nothing. My own trail was a clear, undeniable scar on the landscape, a perfect record of my journey from the ATV. But around him, the ground was pristine. It was untouched, undisturbed. There were no footprints leading to where he stood. There were no scuff marks, no signs of a struggle, no indication that he had walked, crawled, or been dragged to this spot. It was as if he had been carefully placed there from above, set down upon the earth without leaving so much as a whisper of his arrival. I stopped dead in my tracks, about 50 feet away. The cold feeling in my stomach intensified, turning into a knot of pure dread. The logical explanations were evaporating, like morning mist in the Badlands sun. This wasn't a lost hiker. This wasn't a simple case of heat stroke. This was something else. This was something impossible. I raised my binoculars, my hands trembling slightly. The lenses brought him into sharp, terrifying focus. He was middle-aged, perhaps in his late 40s. His face was clean-shaven, his dark hair was neatly combed, parted on the side. His expression was placid, neutral. His eyes were open, but they weren't looking at anything. They were just aimed east, vacant and unfocused. He looked like a mannequin, a perfect, lifeless replica of a man. The sheer wrongness of it, the quiet, calm impossibility of his existence, in that moment, in that place, was more frightening than any wild animal or sudden danger I could have imagined. He was a tear in the fabric of reality, and I was standing at its edge. My hand, the one not holding the binoculars, instinctively went to the cold, hard plastic grip of my sidearm. It wasn't a conscious decision to draw the weapon, but a primal, reflexive need for some kind of leverage against a situation that had no precedent. My training had prepared me for armed poachers, aggressive wildlife, and medical emergencies. It had not prepared me for the laws of physics to take a vacation. Every rational fiber of my being, was screaming that this was impossible, while my eyes were feeding my brain undeniable, first-hand evidence to the contrary. The man in the suit was real. The absence of his tracks was also real. The two facts could not coexist in the world I knew. "Sir, I need you to talk to me," I said, my voice now low and tight, stripped of the helpful, friendly tone I'd used before. "Do you require medical assistance?" Silence. The word is insufficient to describe the quality of the stillness that answered me. It wasn't just an absence of noise, it was a heavy, pressurized void. The air itself seemed to be holding its breath. The only thing that moved was the heat shimmering off the ground, making the man's dark form ripple at the edges, as if he were a glitch in the simulation of the world. The sun beat down, a physical weight on my shoulders. A trickle of sweat traced a path down my temple, stinging my eye. The man in the suit, however, remained a statue of impossible composure. He did not sweat. He did not sway. He did not breathe, for all I could tell. My mind raced, cycling through a Rolodex of failed explanations. A prank. Who would stage such an elaborate, pointless prank in a location so remote? On the off chance a single ranger would come by. And how could they possibly achieve the effect of leaving no tracks? A hallucination. A mirage brought on by the oppressive heat. This felt the most plausible, the most scientifically sound explanation. My brain, starved of oxygen and cooked by the sun, was simply projecting an image. Yet the image was too stable, too detailed. The binoculars brought the weave of his wool suit into focus, the perfect knot of his tie, the placid emptiness in his eyes. Hallucinations, I'd been taught, were often fleeting, distorted, and inconsistent. This was terrifyingly consistent. It was a solid, unwavering fact planted in the middle of an empty field. The feeling of being watched began to creep up my spine. It was a strange, paradoxical sensation, because the man clearly wasn't looking at me. His gaze was locked on the eastern horizon, as if awaiting a signal from a distant star. No, the feeling of being observed came from the land itself. The silent buttes, the vast prairie, the indifferent sky, they all felt like witnesses. I was the intruder here, not him. He belonged to this silent, impossible tableau in a way I never could. He was a secret the Badlands was keeping, and I had stumbled upon it by accident. This was beyond my pay grade. This was beyond anyone's pay grade. My authority as a ranger extended to enforcing park regulations and ensuring visitors' safety. It did not include confronting apparitions. The thought, absurd as it was, solidified my decision. I was not equipped for this. My duty now was to observe from a safe distance and wait for backup. The other rangers, Tom and Dave, were seasoned veterans. Maybe they had seen something like this before. Maybe there was a protocol for dealing with well-dressed phantoms. I lowered the binoculars, letting them hang against my chest. I took a slow, deliberate step backward, my boot crunching softly in the dust. The sound was a comfort, a proof of my own physical existence. I kept my eyes locked on the man, my heart hammering against my ribs. I took another step back. He remained motionless. The 50 feet between us felt like a mile, wide chasm separating the known world from the unknown. I had to get back to the ATV. I had to get on the radio and update dispatch. Try to convey the sheer strangeness of the situation without sounding like I had lost my mind. The retreat was agonizing. Walking backward, I felt clumsy and vulnerable. I had to trust my memory of the ground behind me, praying I wouldn't trip over a rock or step into a prairie dog hole. Each step away from him felt like a victory, but the tension only mounted. He just stood there, a silent, dark sentinel in the glaring sun. I reached the halfway point to my vehicle. I needed to turn around. I couldn't walk the remaining 100 yards backward. I took a deep breath, held it, and committed. I would turn my head for just a second, a single, fleeting moment to orient myself and make sure the path was clear. It was a calculated risk. 1 second, that's all it would be. I turned my head, my eyes scanning the ground back toward the humming ATV. The path was clear. It was a straight shot. The entire action took no more than a heartbeat. A single, frantic pulse in my throat. Then I looked back. He was gone. The word is too simple, too clean for what happened. He didn't run. There was nowhere to run to. The prairie was a flat, open stage, and he was miles from any cover. He didn't duck or hide. He had simply ceased to be there. The space he had occupied was now just empty air, shimmering with heat. The transition was so absolute, so instantaneous, that my brain refused to accept it. I blinked, expecting my vision to clear, for him to reappear. But the spot remained empty. The dark suit, the pale face, the unsettling stillness, all of it had been erased from the landscape as if it had never been. A strangled gasp escaped my lips. I raised my binoculars again, my hands shaking so badly it was difficult to focus. I scanned the entire horizon, a full 360-degree sweep. Nothing. The prairie was empty. The butts were silent. The only living things in sight were a few distant bison, looking like dark, shaggy stones in the heat haze. There was no sign of him. No running figure, no cloud of dust, no trace. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through my shock. I broke into a run, sprinting toward the spot where he had been standing. The gallon jug of water I had dropped lay on its side, a dark, wet patch spreading in the dust around it. My own footprints were a chaotic, desperate trail marking my advance. I reached the spot, my lungs burning, and stopped, panting heavily. I looked down at the ground. It was exactly as it had been before. Virgin soil. The delicate, cracked crust of the dry earth was undisturbed. There were no footprints. Not his, not mine from this new approach, because I had stopped just short of the exact location. There was no impression, no scuff mark, no single, solitary sign that a man weighing nearly 200 pounds had been standing there moments before. The ground held no memory of him. It was in that moment that I felt a true, profound and terrifying sense of isolation. It wasn't just that I was alone in the backcountry. I was alone with a truth that defied explanation. I had seen something that was not possible, and the world had conspired to erase all evidence of it, leaving me as the sole, unreliable witness. The silence that rushed back in was no longer empty, it was mocking. The sun felt malicious. I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to get back on my ATV and ride as fast as I could, to leave this place and never look back. But I was a ranger. I had a duty, and backup was on the way. The thought was only marginally comforting. What could they possibly do? What could anyone do? You can't search for something that leaves no tracks and can disappear from reality in the blink of an eye. You can't file a report on a ghost. The 20 minutes I waited for backup felt like an eternity. I spent them pacing a tight, anxious circle near my ATV. The engine's steady hum the only thing keeping me grounded. I didn't dare venture back to the spot. It felt sacred in a terrifying way, a patch of ground that had briefly touched another reality. I kept scanning the horizon, half expecting the man to reappear as suddenly as he had vanished, but there was nothing. The world remained stubbornly, maddeningly normal. The sun began its slow descent toward the jag, western horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. But the beautiful sunset brought no comfort. It only served to deepen the shadows, making the landscape feel more alien, more secretive. Finally, I saw a plume of dust in the distance, growing steadily larger. It was the park-issued pickup truck, and soon I could make out the familiar figures of Tom and Dave inside. Tom was the senior ranger, a man in his late 50s with a face as weathered as the butts themselves. Dave was younger, closer to my age, but had a few more seasons under his belt. They pulled up beside my ATV, their expressions a mixture of concern and professional curiosity. "Petrova, you okay?" Tom asked, stepping out of the truck. "Dispatch said you had a disoriented individual." Yeah, I'm okay," I stammered, my voice hoarse. "He's gone." "Gone where?" Dave asked, grabbing a pair of binoculars from the truck's dashboard. "Did he run off?" This was it. The moment of truth. The moment I had to try and explain the impossible to two men who live by the rules of the natural world. I took a deep breath. He didn't run. He just vanished. 1 second he was standing right over there. I pointed to the empty spot, now bathed in the long shadows of the late afternoon, and the next he was gone. Tom and Dave exchanged a look. It was a quick, subtle glance, but it spoke volumes. It was the look of two seasoned professionals assessing a rookie who might be cracking under the pressure of heat and isolation. I couldn't blame them. "Okay, Lena," Tom said, his voice gentle, the kind you use with a spooked horse. "Why don't you tell us exactly what you saw from the beginning?" And so I did. I told them everything, my words tumbling out in a rush. I described the immaculate wool suit, the absence of sweat, the vacant stare. I emphasized the most crucial, most unbelievable part, the complete lack of footprints. I showed them my own clear tracks leading from the ATV, the dark patch where the water had spilled, and then the pristine, untouched ground where the man had stood. I felt my voice rising with a desperate need for them to believe me, to validate what I had seen. They listened patiently, their faces unreadable. When I finished, a heavy silence fell between us. Dave shuffled his feet, avoiding my eyes. Tom stroked his chin, his gaze fixed on the spot I had indicated. "A man in a full wool suit," Tom said, not as a question, but as a statement of fact he was trying to process. "Out here. And no tracks. None," I insisted. "I checked. You can check again. The ground is soft. Anything would leave a mark." They did check. They walked the perimeter of the area, their heads down, their eyes scanning the ground with trained precision. They moved in slow, concentric circles, their own boots leaving a trail of evidence that only highlighted the void left by the man. They found what I knew they would find: nothing. They found my tracks, the tracks of a few coyotes from the night before, and the delicate tracings of a sidewinder. But there was no sign a human being had ever stood on that patch of earth. We spent the next hour conducting a formal search. It felt like a charade, a hollow exercise in procedure. We called out, our voices swallowed by the immense landscape. We swept the area with our binoculars, peering into every crevice and behind every rock formation within a half-mile radius. We found nothing. No person, no discarded clothing, no sign that anyone but the three of us had been out there. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the park was plunged into a deep, velvety darkness, the stars emerging with a brilliance that was almost violent. Finally, Tom called it. "All right," he said, his voice heavy with resignation. "We're not going to find anything here tonight." We drove back to the station in a tense silence. The official log for the day would read responded to a report of a potentially disoriented individual. Searched the area. Unable to locate. Case closed. The truth was far more complicated. Back in the fluorescent hum of the ranger station, Tom poured 3 cups of thick, black coffee. He handed one to me. "Lena," he began, his voice low. "The Badlands, it's a strange place. The Lakota have stories about it. They call it Mako Sika, a land bad. They believe spirits wander here. Now, I'm not a man who puts much stock in ghost stories, but I've been working this park for 30 years, and I've seen things I can't explain. Heard things. Felt things." Dave nodded in agreement. "We had a guy a few years back, a geologist, a real straight arrow academic. He swore he saw a herd of animals that looked like a cross between a bison and a horse, with horns that glowed in the dark. We searched for a week. Found nothing. He quit a month later." Tom took a sip of his coffee. "What you saw today, it doesn't fit. It doesn't make sense. And because of that, it can't go into an official report. Do you understand why?" I did. I understood perfectly. Ranger reports seeing a well-dressed man who may or may not have been a heat-induced hallucination and who apparently did not obey the law of footprints. They would have sent me for a psychological evaluation. My career as a ranger, short as it was, would have been over. It was my word against the laws of reality, and reality had a much better track record. It was the heat, probably, Dave offered, though his tone lacked conviction. A waking dream. The sun can do weird things to your head out there. I nodded, seizing the lifeline of plausible deniability they were offering me. "Yeah," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "The heat. But I knew what I saw. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't a hallucination. It was real. I saw him. The image of the man in the immaculate suit, standing silently in the oppressive heat, is burned into my memory. His vacant, eastward gaze. The pristine ground at his feet. His instantaneous disappearance. These are not the details of a mirage. They are the details of a memory. I finished that summer season and the next, but I was never the same. I never went out on backcountry patrol alone again. The vast, empty spaces no longer felt empty. They felt watched. The silence no longer felt peaceful. It felt heavy with secrets. I would look out over the alien landscape and wonder what else was out there, hiding in plain sight, operating by rules we could never comprehend. I left the Park Service after that second summer and pursued a different career, one that kept me indoors, surrounded by concrete and the predictable logic of human society. But sometimes, on a hot day, I'll feel that same oppressive weight of the sun, and I'll think of him. The man in the suit. I don't know what he was. A ghost, an alien, a glitch in the matrix. I have no answers. All I know is that out in the empty spaces, in the places where the world feels thin and worn, sometimes you see things that simply don't belong. And you are left with the unsettling knowledge that our understanding of the world is a fragile, incomplete thing, and that there are secrets out there, waiting in the silence. My official designation is Ranger Samuel Chen, though anyone I've worked with for more than a week simply calls me Sam. For the better part of a decade, my office has been the sprawling, primeval expanse of Redwood National and State Parks. It's a job that defies simple description. One day you're a guide, the next a medic, a firefighter, or a biologist. But every day, you are a custodian of something sacred, There's a certain reverence that seeps into your bones when you work here. You are constantly in the presence of living things that were ancient before the Roman Empire reached its zenith. Organisms that have stood silent witness to 2 millennia of human history. To walk among the coastal redwoods, the Sequoia sempervirens, is to be humbled. Some of these titans stretch over 370 feet into the sky, their colossal trunks forming a living cathedral. The air is perpetually cool and damp, thick with the scent of rich soil and decaying duff. A significant portion of the water these giants need to survive doesn't come from the ground, but from the sky in a form other than rain. It drifts in from the Pacific, a persistent, ghostly fog that shrouds the forest, dripping from countless needles to the forest floor below. This constant moisture creates a world of deep silence and green, filtered light, where sounds are muffled and the scale of everything makes you feel profoundly small. It's a different world in those groves, a place that feels disconnected from the frantic pace of the 21st century. A critical part of my duties involves patrolling the restricted areas. These are the hallowed grounds, the groves that are off limits to the general public. We close them off not out of secrecy, but for preservation. The root systems of the oldest trees are surprisingly delicate, spreading out just beneath the surface. The constant foot traffic of millions as would compact the soil, slowly strangling these ancient beings. My job is to walk these lonely paths, checking for signs of illegal entry, monitoring the health of the flora, and ensuring the sanctity of the place remains undisturbed. It's usually the most peaceful part of my work, a walking meditation through a world of giants. It was on one such patrol, deep within a section known as the Grove of Titans, a place that holds some of the largest and most majestic trees on Earth, that I found the door. The day had been unremarkable. The fog was thick in the morning, but by early afternoon, the sun had managed to pierce the canopy in sporadic, brilliant shafts of light. I was following a faint game trail, a path worn by deer and the occasional black bear, pushing my way through a dense understory of thorns that rose to the height of my chest. The only sounds were my own soft footfalls on the damp earth and the distant, rhythmic call of a pileated woodpecker. I broke through a particularly thick wall of green into a small, sun-dappled clearing. And that's when I saw it. My mind simply stopped. For a long, silent moment, I could do nothing but stare, my brain refusing to reconcile the image before me with the reality of my surroundings. There, in the center of the clearing, stood a door. It wasn't a rustic, old-fashioned door that might have belonged to a long, rotted-away homesteader's cabin. It was a modern, 6-panel door, the kind you could find in any suburban home. It was painted a flawless, glossy black. A lacquered slice of midnight dropped into the heart of the ancient green. It was set perfectly into a crisp, white frame, complete with a tarnished brass doorknob that caught a stray sunbeam, but it wasn't attached to anything. There was no house, no wall, not even a single post or support. It stood entirely freestanding, perfectly plumb and level, an architectural tumor in the midst of the wilderness. It was held up by nothing but the impossible fact of its own existence, surrounded by 2,000-year-old trees and a carpet of moss-covered ground. My training kicked in, a detached, analytical process that tried to impose order on the chaos. My first thought was that it had to be an art installation, some kind of guerrilla art piece, a statement about nature and modernity. But the logic crumbled as soon as it formed. This clearing was miles inside a restricted zone, accessible only by foot through rugged, unmarked terrain. The logistics of hauling a heavy, fully assembled door and frame into this specific, hidden spot without a vehicle, without cutting a wide, obvious path through the dense foliage, were staggering. It would have been a Herculean effort, and for what? There was no plaque, no signature, and no audience to appreciate it. I began to circle it slowly, my boots sinking slightly into the soft ground. I kept a distance of about 20 feet, my eyes scanning every detail. The paint was immaculate, without a single scratch or fleck of dirt. The frame was perfectly joined at the corners. There was no sign of a foundation, no disturbance in the soil around its base. It didn't seem to be resting on the ground so, as it was simply in it, as if it had sprouted there. A powerful and deeply unsettling urge washed over me. I wanted to open it. It was more than just curiosity. It was a palpable, irrational pull. The brass doorknob, though tarnished, seemed to gleam with a faint, internal light, a silent invitation. My hand started to lift, my fingers twitching with the phantom sensation of closing around the cool metal. I froze, my hand hovering in the air. A new feeling, cold and sharp, sliced through the strange compulsion. It was a primal, instinctual dread, the kind that raises the hair on your arms and the back of your neck. It was the distinct and absolute certainty that I was being watched. My head snapped up, my gaze darting into the colossal canopy above. I scanned the interlocking branches of the redwoods, the deep shadows where the light couldn't reach. I saw nothing. No movement, no glint of eyes, no silhouette against the sky. The woodpecker had fallen silent. The forest was holding its breath, but the feeling was undeniable, as real as the ground beneath my feet. Something was up there, nestled among the ancient boughs. It was silent, it was still, and it was waiting to see what I would do with the door. My mind, scrambling for a rational anchor, dredged up a memory. I'd read some of those strange stories that circulate on the internet, the creepypasta, tales my nephew was obsessed with. Specifically, the ones about staircases in the woods. Lone staircases, fully carpeted, that led to nowhere. I'd always dismissed them as absurd, the product of a bored imagination. I wasn't laughing now. This felt like a page torn from one of those stories, only the ink was real. And I was the character who had stumbled foolishly into the first chapter. The door itself seemed to exude a low, almost sub-audible hum, a strange energy that vibrated in my teeth. I had the overwhelming impression that opening it would be a final, irrevocable act, a terrible mistake. I knew with a certainty that defied logic that whatever was on the other side of that door was not the same sun-dappled clearing I was currently standing in. The air would be different, the light would be different, and I would be different. Slowly, deliberately, I began to back away. I didn't dare turn my back on it. My eyes were locked on the brass doorknob, half expecting it to turn on its own. Every step backward was a victory of will over a paralyzing fear. The feeling of being watched intensified, a heavy pressure on my shoulders, as if the silent observer in the trees was disappointed by my cowardice. I kept backing up until the ferns began to close around me again, the impossible black rectangle shrinking in my vision, until finally, it was gone. The retreat through the forest was an exercise in controlled panic. Every snap of a twig underfoot sounded like a gunshot. Every rustle of leaves in the canopy felt like the shifting of a great, hidden body. The woods, which had always been a place of solace and profound peace for me, now felt alien and menacing. Its familiar shadows seemed to twist into watchful, intelligent shapes just at the edge of my vision. The oppressive feeling of being observed, a heavy weight on my soul, didn't fully dissipate until I broke through the final tree line and my boots hit the familiar crunch of the gravel service road. The sight of it, a mundane scar of civilization, was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I half jogged the remaining distance back to the ranger station, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Inside, the sterile, fluorescent lighting and the low, mechanical hum of the office refrigerator felt like a lifeline, anchoring me to a reality I was no longer sure of. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely unlace my boots. I collapsed into the worn chair at my desk, the official patrol log open before me, its neat columns mocking my chaotic state of mind. How could I possibly document what I had seen? 1430 hours. I imagined writing. Encountered one-a-oneers architecturally sound, freestanding, 6-panel door in restricted grove of titans. Experienced acute sense of dread. Fled scene. They wouldn't send a search party, they would send a psychiatrist. I left the entry blank. Then, a jolt of clarity shot through the fear. The photo, I had proof. It was my tether to sanity. The one piece of objective evidence that could validate my experience. My hands, still trembling, fumbled for my service-issued phone. I swiped through the menus with a clumsy thumb. My breath held tight in my chest as I opened the photo gallery. I found the image I'd taken just before I fled. My stomach plummeted into an icy void. The photo was a blurry, unfocused mess, a testament to the panic that had gripped me. You could vaguely make out the key elements of the scene. The sun-dappled clearing. The towering walls of chest-high ferns, the distinct shafts of golden light piercing the canopy. But the subject, the entire reason for the photograph, was gone. Where the impossible black door and its pristine white frame should have stood, there was nothing. Just an empty space. A patch of mossy ground, indistinguishable from the earth around it. It wasn't that the door was obscured or hard to see. The photograph depicted a clearing where a door had simply never been. I stared at the screen for what felt like an eternity, the phone's cold light reflecting in my wide, unblinking eyes. The silence of the empty station pressed in on me, amplifying the frantic thumping in my ears. The digital image had not just failed to capture the anomaly, it had actively refuted its existence. The experience was being systematically erased, not just from the forest, but from my own record of it. I needed to tell someone. I couldn't carry this alone. My gaze fell on Mark Finley, the station's senior ranger, who was quietly working on a stack of paperwork at his own desk. Mark was a man carved from the same timber as the old, growth forests. Weathered, quiet, and having seen more seasons in this park than I had been alive. He was the unofficial repository for every strange tale the woods had to offer, from Sasquatch sightings to ghost stories. I walked over to his desk, phone in hand, feeling like a child approaching a parent with a nightmare. I explained what I'd seen, my voice low and urgent, stumbling over the words that sounded more insane with each repetition. As my only proof, I showed him the blurry photo, pointing with a shaking finger at the empty space where the door should have been. He listened patiently, his weathered face an unreadable mask. He took the phone from my hand, squinted at the screen, zoomed in on the blurry foliage, and then handed it back with a sigh. He didn't laugh or mock me. "The light does strange things in the deep groves, Sam," he said, his voice calm and steady. "And solitude can play tricks on the mind when you're out there too long." But as he turned back to his work, I saw something flicker in his eyes. Not pity, but a shadow of something else, something old and wary that I couldn't name. "I have to go back," I insisted, my voice cracking. "You have to come with me." Mark leaned back in his chair, studying my face for a long moment. Finally, he nodded slowly. "All right, kid, first light, we'll go take a look." His agreement wasn't enthusiastic. It felt more like a professional obligation, a senior ranger placating a subordinate who was showing signs of cracking under the strain. The next morning was cold and gray, the sky a uniform sheet of slate. The hike back to the clearing was suffocatingly silent. I led the way, a knot of equal parts dread and desperate hope tightening in my gut. What if it was gone? What if it was still there? I honestly didn't know which outcome would be worse. When we finally pushed through the last wall of ferns, the clearing lay before us. It was exactly as I remembered it from yesterday, and exactly as the photograph had depicted it. It was empty. We spent the next hour conducting a search with painstaking professionalism. Mark was methodical, dividing the small clearing into a grid. We swept every square foot. We examined the ground for indentations, for scuff marks, for any sign of disturbance. We found nothing. Not a single displaced stone, not a broken twig, not a single footprint other than my own from the previous day. The forest floor was an undisturbed carpet of moss and damp earth. It was as if the door had been a hallucination, a phantom that had never possessed mass or occupied space. Finally, Mark put a heavy hand on my shoulder. "You probably had a waking dream, Sam," he said, his tone gentle but firm. "It happens. You're working too many solo patrols. You're tired." His verdict was kind, but it was also absolute. I had imagined the entire thing. I wanted to believe him. I desperately wanted the simple, rational explanation to be true, but I couldn't erase the memory. The flawless glossy black paint. The cold gleam of the brass doorknob I never touched. And the absolute, suffocating certainty of being watched. That experience had driven a hairline fracture through the foundation of my reality. The woods no longer felt the same. The silence was no longer peaceful, it was expectant. And sometimes, when the fog rolls in from the Pacific, thick and white and erasing the world, I think about that door, and I wonder if the thing in the trees is still out there, watching me, waiting for me to come back to the clearing alone. In the weeks that followed, I tried to bury the incident under a mountain of routine. I filed patrol logs, cleared fallen branches from trails, and gave educational talks to tourists about the park's delicate ecosystem. I smiled, I made small talk with my colleagues, and I pretended that the foundation of my world hadn't cracked. But it was a fragile charade. The forest, once my sanctuary, had become a place of constant, low-grade anxiety. Every shadow seemed a little too deep, every snap of a twig a little too close. I started avoiding my old patrol routes, through the deeper groves, sticking to the more frequented areas, near the park's perimeter. My colleagues noticed the change. They exchanged concerned glances when they thought I wasn't looking. Sam, the reliable, level-headed ranger, was now jumpy and withdrawn. The official, unspoken verdict was in. I was suffering from burnout. My nights were the worst. Sleep offered little escape. I live in a small, Park Service cabin nestled at the edge of the forest, a place I once considered idyllic. Now, It felt like a flimsy wooden box besieged by a vast, silent entity. The feeling of being watched didn't always stay in the woods. Some nights, I'd wake up abruptly, my heart pounding, with the unshakable certainty that something was standing just outside my window, hidden in the impenetrable darkness beneath the trees. I'd lie there, frozen, listening to the wind and the creaks of the old cabin, imagining a pair of unseen eyes fixed upon me. My search for answers became a secret, nocturnal obsession. After my shifts, I'd spend hours on my laptop, diving into the murky depths of the internet. I started with the staircases in the woods, stories I had once ridiculed. From there, I found other forums and blogs dedicated to high strangeness, filled with scattered, anonymous accounts of impossible things found in wild places. Freestanding doors in deserts, perfectly made beds in swamps, phone booths on remote mountaintops. The stories were often dismissed as fiction, but the details resonated with a terrifying familiarity. The objects were always pristine, jarringly out of place. They would appear without explanation and vanish without a trace. And a common thread ran through many of the accounts, the unnerving sensation of being watched by an unseen, intelligent presence. My investigation eventually turned inward, towards the park's own history. I began spending my off days in the station's dusty archive room, a cramped space filled with old maps, faded photographs, and decades of handwritten logs. I told Mark I was researching historical trail routes, a plausible excuse that earned me a nod of approval. What I was really looking for, I wasn't sure. A mention of something similar. A report from another ranger who had seen something he couldn't explain. One afternoon, while searching for old survey maps of the Grove of Titans, I noticed a tall, gray metal filing cabinet in the back corner of the room. Unlike the others, it was secured with a heavy-duty padlock. It was unmarked. As I ran my hand over its cold surface, the door to the archive creaked open. It was Mark. His usually placid expression hardened for a fraction of a second when he saw where I was standing. "Looking for something, Sam?" he asked, his voice casual, but his eyes were sharp. "Those are old personnel files. Restricted." He didn't wait for my response, instead moving to a different cabinet and pulling out a folder. The message, however, was clear. Stay away. The incident only fueled my suspicion. What was in that cabinet that needed to be kept under lock and key? The breakthrough, when it came, was entirely by chance. I was on a patrol several miles south of the Grove of Titans, in a marshy area thick with skunk cabbage and alder. I came across a dead deer lying near a creek bed. It wasn't an unusual sight, but this was different. There were no signs of a struggle, no predator marks, no visible wounds. Its eyes were wide open, staring at the gray sky with a look of placid surprise. It looked as if it had simply been walking, and, in the next instant, its life had been switched off. As I knelt to examine it, something glinted in the dark, damp soil nearby. I dug at the mud with my fingers. It was a small, flat piece of metal, ornate and old-fashioned. I wiped the grime away on my pants. It was a brass keyhole plate, complete with intricate scrollwork around the edges. It was tarnished and weathered, but the design was unmistakable. It was a perfect match for the style and material of the doorknob I had seen on the impossible door. It felt cold in my palm, a deep, unnatural cold that seemed to leach the warmth from my skin. I stood there for a long time, the dead deer at my feet and the cold piece of brass in my hand. This was it. This was real. It was a physical artifact. a tangible piece of the impossible that I could hold, that I could show someone. But who would believe me? They'd say it was just a piece of junk, a discarded bit of hardware from a long-gone homesteader's trunk. They'd say the deer died of a heart attack. They would find a rational explanation for everything, because the alternative was too terrifying to consider. Holding that keyhole plate, a switch flipped in my mind. The fear that had been my constant companion for weeks was suddenly burned away by a hot, clarifying anger. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't imagining things. Something was out there in the woods, something that defied the laws of our world, and it was playing games with me. The door, the watcher, the blank photograph, the dead deer. It was all connected. I realized then that I had been passive, a victim of the phenomenon. I had been waiting for it to reveal itself again, but maybe that wasn't how it worked. Maybe it required an invitation, a response. The feeling in the clearing hadn't just been dread, it had been a pull, an invitation to act. That evening, I didn't go online. I didn't pore over old maps. I went to my cabin and methodically packed a small bag. A high-powered flashlight, a compass, a length of rope, and a flask of hot coffee. The brass keyhole plate felt heavy and significant in my pocket. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple, I stepped out of my cabin. I didn't look back. I walked towards the tree line, towards the deepening shadows of the ancient forest. I was heading back to the Grove of Titans, back to the empty clearing. This time, I wasn't going to run. I was going to get an answer, or I wasn't coming back at all. My name is Maria Flores, and for the past 8 years, I have served as a park ranger with the National Park Service. My current posting is Joshua Tree National Park, a place that is less a single location and more a convergence of two distinct and powerful worlds. It's a vast expanse of over 790,000 acres, a scale that can make a person feel profoundly small. The western half of the park is the famous Mojave Desert, the landscape you see on postcards. This is where the park gets its name. From the iconic Yucca brevifolia, the Joshua trees themselves. They stand like gnarled, ancient sentinels, their twisted limbs reaching for a sky that is often a piercing, cloudless blue. This area is defined by its massive Monzogranite rock formations, wonderland of rocks, skull rock, boulders stacked and weathered into fantastical shapes over millennia, creating a playground for climbers and a maze for hikers. It's rugged, stark, and possesses a raw, untamed beauty. Then there is the other world. As you travel east, the elevation drops, and you descend into the Colorado Desert. This is a different kind of desert altogether. It's hotter, drier, and the landscape is more sparse, characterized by creosote bushes, ocotillo, and chala cactus. The iconic Joshua trees vanish, replaced by a low, sprawling emptiness that stretches to a hazy horizon. This area, particularly the Pinta Basin, is a place of profound, almost intimidating silence. During the day, the heat can be a physical force, pressing down on you, shimmering off the baked earth. But at night, that same emptiness transforms. With no city lights for miles, the sky ignites. It becomes a celestial ocean, so dense with stars that the Milky Way appears not as a faint band, but as a brilliant, shimmering river of light. It's a humbling, awe-inspiring sight. Usually, the only light you see after sunset is from the heavens, a silent, cosmic ballad that has played out long before humans ever walked this land. It is in this profound darkness, this overwhelming silence, that the fabric of the normal world can feel at its thinnest. Our work as rangers is varied. We handle everything from medical emergencies and search and rescue operations to educational programs and routine patrols. Most days are predictable, governed by the rhythm of the seasons and the flow of tourists. But some days are not. We had started receiving a few calls over the park's radio network about a lone camper in the Pinto Basin area. Camping there isn't illegal, but it's unusual for someone to stay for an extended period, especially given the harsh conditions. The calls themselves were what put us on edge. They weren't reports of a crime or a disturbance, but of something far more unsettling. Different hikers, on different days, all reported the same thing: a man who was just off. One hiker, a seasoned backpacker, called in to say he'd seen the man, standing moose on a ridge for over an hour, simply staring down at the trail. Not looking at the scenery, not resting, just staring. When the hiker waved, the man didn't react. He remained as still as the rocks around him. Another couple reported that their car had broken down, and as they waited for help, they saw him watching them from a distance. He never approached, never offered help, never made a sound. He just watched, a solitary figure in the vast emptiness, until a patrol vehicle arrived. The consensus was the same: there was no overt threat, just a deeply unnerving presence. It was the kind of behavior that doesn't break any laws, but violates an unspoken rule of the wilderness. The shared understanding of mutual respect and non-interference. This man was a blank space where a person should be. After the third such report in a week, my supervisor, a man named Dave who had seen just about everything in his 30 years with the service, called me into his office. "Maria," he said, leaning back in his chair, "I want you to head out to Pinto Basin. Do a welfare check on this mystery camper. The reports are getting a little too weird for my comfort." He wasn't one for overreaction, so his concern was notable. "I don't have a name, just a description of a beat-up blue pickup truck. Just get a feel for the situation. Make sure he's not in trouble, and maybe gently remind him he's making other visitors uncomfortable." I accepted the assignment without hesitation. I've always been comfortable with solitude, and I knew the eastern part of the park better than most. I stocked my patrol truck with extra water, checked my gear, and started the long drive out as the afternoon sun began its slow descent. The further east I drove, the more the landscape opened up and the silence deepened. The radio chatter faded to static, the air grew still, and the world outside my windows became a canvas of muted earth tones and lengthening shadows. This was the part of the park that felt truly ancient, a place that was indifferent to the fleeting concerns of humanity. Finding his campsite was surprisingly easy. Just off a dirt track, tucked behind a low rise, was the blue pickup truck, just as described. It was an older model, faded and dented, with a layer of fine dust that suggested it hadn't moved in days. A small, nondescript tent was pitched nearby. The site was Spartan. No campfire ring, no chair, no clutter. It was unnervingly neat. There was no sign of the man himself. I called out, "Park Ranger, is anyone here?" My voice felt small, swallowed by the immense quiet. Only the whisper of the wind answered. A feeling of unease began to creep in. The stillness of the camp felt wrong. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of an empty campsite. It was the tense, waiting silence of a place that had been abruptly abandoned. I walked the perimeter, my boots crunching softly on the gravel. There were no tracks leading away from the camp, none that I could discern on the hard sun-baked ground. I peered into the tent, the flaps slightly ajar. It was empty, save for a sleeping bag, neatly rolled. I decided against a full search. I didn't have cause. I wrote a simple note. U.S. Park Ranger Floors, conducting a welfare check. Please contact us at your convenience. And tucked it under the truck's windshield wiper. My training told me my job was done. I had checked the site and left a notice. But my gut, a sense honed by years in the backcountry, told me to wait. Something was not right. Instead of driving back, I retreated to a nearby overlook, a spot that gave me a clear, discreet view of the campsite and the surrounding basin. I parked my patrol truck, killed the engine, and settled in to observe. As dusk blotted across the sky, painting the clouds in hues of orange and purple, the camper did not return. The stars began to appear, one by one, then in a flood of countless pinpricks of ancient light. I figured I'd stay the night. If he didn't show by morning, I'd escalate the situation. I settled into the driver's seat, reclining it as much as I could to get some rest. The desert night was now absolute. The darkness was a physical presence, a thick, inky blanket that absorbed all light and sound. The silence was so complete it rang in my ears. It was a silence that felt heavy, ancient and watchful. I must have drifted off, lulled by the sheer sensory deprivation. I was torn from sleep by a flash of brilliant, searing light. It was instantaneous and impossibly bright, like a bolt of lightning striking right outside my window. But there was no sound, no thunder. For a split second, the entire desert landscape was illuminated in stark, ghostly detail. Every rock, every creosote bush, every grain of sand rendered imperfect. Silent clarity. I sat bolt upright, my heart hammering against my ribs, my breath caught in my throat. I blinked, spots dancing in my vision, and scanned the now pitch-black landscape. Nothing, no headlights, no other vehicles, no people. The silence rushed back in, more profound than before. My rational mind scrambled for an explanation. A satellite glinting in the moonlight. Heat lightning. Though the sky was perfectly clear. A meteor burning up in the atmosphere. I tried to calm my racing pulse, telling myself there was a logical reason. I was just beginning to convince myself, just starting to drift off again, when a second flash went off. This time it was different. It was closer. Much closer. It erupted from the right side of my truck, right outside the passenger window. It was so bright it felt like it was inside the cab with me, and it left me momentarily blind. And this time, there was no mistaking its source. It wasn't natural. It was the sharp, sterile, blue, white light of a camera flash. The kind with that instantaneous, shocking burst. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I was miles from anywhere, in the dead of a moonless night, and someone was out there in the darkness, taking pictures of my truck. That single, terrifying realization that the flash was a camera shattered the fragile peace of the desert night. The cold dread that followed was unlike any fear I had ever known. It wasn't the adrenaline, fueled fear of a physical confrontation or a dangerous animal. It was a deep, primal terror, the kind that whispers that the rules of the world you thought you knew no longer apply. My training kicked in, a series of automatic, drilled responses. My hand went to the service pistol holstered at my hip, the cold, familiar weight of the steel a small, inadequate comfort. My mind raced through protocols: identify the threat, establish a perimeter, maintain situational awareness. But how do you apply a textbook response to a situation that defies all logic? My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. I strained my ears, listening for the tail crunch of gravel, the snap of a twig, the sound of breathing. Anything to give a physical presence to my tormentor. But there was nothing. The silence that rushed in after the flash was absolute, a crushing void. It was as if the flash itself was the only thing that existed, a silent, instantaneous event born from nothingness and returning to it. The thought that it might be the strange camper flickered through my mind. Was this his idea of a prank? Or was it something more sinister? The reports of him just watching. People took on a terrifying new meaning. Was he watching me now? I reached for the radio on my dashboard, my fingers trembling slightly. I needed to call it in. Report a prowler, a suspicious event. But before my fingers could even brush the microphone, another flash went off. This time from the left side of the truck. It was another blinding, silent explosion of light, perfectly synchronized with my attempt to call for help. It felt deliberate. It felt like a response. Then another flash erupted from behind the truck, its light momentarily illuminating the empty truck bed through my rear view mirror. Then one directly in front, so bright it made the entire dashboard glow. That's when the true, methodical nature of the event became clear. This wasn't random. It was a pattern. The flashes began to circle my truck. One from the front right, then the direct right, then the rear right. A slow, deliberate, clockwise rotation. Each flash was a silent punctuation mark in the suffocating darkness. There was never a sound. No footsteps. No engine. Just the silent, blinding pulses of light, moving with an impossible stealth. The gaps between them were agonizing, filled with a tense, breathless anticipation. I was a specimen in a jar, and something was examining me from every possible angle. My training and my instincts were now at war. Every fiber of my being as a law enforcement officer screamed at me to get out of the truck, to take control of the situation, to confront the threat head on. You are the one with the gun. You are the one with the authority. Do not let them dictate the terms. But my gut, a primal, animal instinct, shrieked a different command: stay inside. Lock the doors. Do not move. To open the door is to die. It felt like a trap, a meticulously laid snare. The flashes, the silence, the circling, it felt like a predator, trying to flush its prey from cover. It felt like whatever was out there wanted me to get out. It was a test, a game, and I had the sickening feeling that I didn't know the rules and couldn't possibly win. I stayed frozen in my seat, my hand clamped so tightly around the grip of my pistol that my knuckles were white. I didn't dare turn on the truck's lights. It felt like a concession, an admission that I knew it was there. I just sat, my head on a swivel, trying to anticipate the next flash, my eyes aching from the repeated bursts of intense light, followed by profound darkness. The flashes grew more audacious. One went off so close to the driver's side window that for a split second, I imagined I could feel the heat of it on my face. I flinched violently, a small, involuntary cry escaping my lips. I expected to see a face, a hand, something pressed against the glass. But in the fraction of a second of illumination, there was only the familiar desert landscape, empty and still. For the next 2 hours, this horrifying ballad continued. The circle of flashes would complete its rotation, pause for a few agonizing minutes, and then begin again. Sometimes in the opposite direction. Sometimes the flashes were distant, making the basin look like a stage for a silent lightning storm. Other times they were right against the truck, so close that the light seemed to seep through the metal itself. I felt my sanity begin to fray. The lack of sound was the worst part. A person, no matter how stealthy, would make a noise. Their clothes would rustle. Their feet would dislodge a stone. This silence was unnatural. It was the silence of something that didn't belong in our world. Something that didn't need to obey the laws of physics as I understood them. I was no longer a park ranger. I was a cornered animal. My world had shrunk to the confines of the truck's cab. The vast, beautiful desert I loved had transformed into a prison, an arena of psychological torture. I thought about my family, about Dave back at the station, about the morning sun. I clung to these thoughts like a lifeline, a mantra to keep the overwhelming, irrational fear at bay. I felt a profound sense of vulnerability, a stripping away of all the layers of training and confidence that had defined my career. Out here, in the face of this silent, methodical light, I was nothing. Then, as the first, almost imperceptible hint of gray began to soften the eastern horizon, the flashes stopped. Just like that. There was no final, dramatic burst, no fading away. One moment, the cycle of terror was in full swing. The next, there was only the pre-dawn stillness. The silence that followed was different. It was no longer a tense, waiting silence. It was just emptiness. The oppressive, watchful presence was gone. I didn't move. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, watching the sky slowly transition from black to indigo to a pale, washed-out blue. I waited until the sun was fully above the horizon, casting long, sharp shadows across the basin and bathing the landscape in the warm, familiar light of day. Only then did I dare to unlock my door. The click of the mechanism was deafening in the quiet. I stepped out of the truck, my legs stiff and unsteady, my pistol still in my hand. My eyes scanned the area, desperate for any sign, any explanation. I circled my truck, my heart still pounding a nervous rhythm. I was looking for anything. Footprints, tire tracks, discarded camera equipment, shell casings, anything to prove that a human being had been there. There was nothing. The ground was hard, but not so hard that it wouldn't hold some impression from a person circling it for 2 hours. The gravel around the truck was undisturbed. It was exactly as it had been when I had arrived. It was as if the entire event had been a hallucination, a nightmare brought on by exhaustion and the deep desert quiet. But I knew it wasn't. The afterimages were still burned into my retinas, and the cold, lingering fear was still coiled in my stomach. My eyes then fell upon the spot where the camper's truck had been. It was empty. The blue pickup, the tent, all of it, gone. There were tire tracks leading away from the site, fresh ones cutting through the dust. He had left sometime during the night. He never came back, and we never received another report about him. I don't know what was out there that night. I don't know if it was the strange camper with some impossibly silent technology, or if he had simply fled from the same thing that had terrorized me. All I know is that something was circling me in the dark, something that made no sound and left no trace, and it wanted to see what was inside. The drive back to the station was a blur. The familiar landscape of the Pinto Basin, usually a source of comfort and awe for me, now felt alien and menacing. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden observer. Every glint of sun off a rock felt like another flash about to erupt. I felt exposed, watched. The profound silence that I had once cherished now seemed to be mocking me, holding a secret it would never reveal. When I finally got back into radio range, I called Dave. My voice was hoarse, strained. I tried to keep it professional, to report the facts as I knew them. I had performed the welfare check. The camper was gone, and I had experienced an unusual event. I left out the paralyzing fear, the feeling of being hunted. How do you put that into an official report? Unusual event, I said. Flashes of light. Possibly a photographer with a drone. Even as I said it, the words tasted like a lie. A drone would have made a sound, a distinct, high-pitched whine. This was silent. Back at the station, Dave listened patiently as I gave him a more detailed, though still heavily sanitized, version of the night's events. I could see the skepticism in his eyes, tempered by the respect he had for my years of service. Flashes, you say? Circling the truck. He rubbed his chin, his gaze distant. Sounds like kids, Maria. Probably messing with you. Or maybe it was our mystery camper trying to spook you away. I didn't argue. It was the logical, rational explanation. It was the explanation I desperately wanted to believe. But it didn't fit. The precision, the impossible silence, the complete lack of any physical evidence. It didn't add up to kids or a disgruntled camper. We filed an incident report, using vague, official language that stripped the horror from the experience, reducing it to a few sterile paragraphs. Ranger Flores reported observing a series of bright, intermittent lights of unknown origin. A search of the area revealed no evidence. The subject of the initial welfare check had vacated the area. Case closed. But for me, it was anything but closed. In the weeks and months that followed, the memory of that night became a wound that wouldn't heal. Sleep offered little escape. I would be jolted awake in the dead of night, my heart pounding, convinced I had seen a flash of light through my bedroom window. I became jumpy, irritable. Every unexpected noise made me flinch. The darkness, once a familiar comfort, became a source of anxiety. I started avoiding night patrols, a fact that did not go unnoticed by my colleagues. They were kind, attributing it to burnout, the accumulated stress of a demanding job. They didn't know the real reason, that I was terrified of being alone in the dark. I became obsessed with finding an explanation. I spent my off hours scouring the internet, diving into forums about strange phenomena in national parks. I read about ghost lights, atmospheric anomalies, and secret military tests. I even read witness accounts of UFO encounters, stories I would have dismissed without a second thought just a few months prior. Now, I read them with a desperate, searching curiosity. Some accounts were eerily similar to mine: silent, moving lights, a feeling of being watched, a complete lack of evidence. But none of them offered any real answers, only more questions, more speculation. It was a rabbit hole that led only to more darkness. I also tried to find information on the camper. We had no name, no license plate number. He was a ghost. He had drifted into the park, created a ripple of unease, and vanished as mysteriously as he had appeared. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was inextricably linked to what had happened. Was he the perpetrator? Or was he a victim, like me? Had he been staying out in that basin for so long because he was studying the phenomenon? Or had he been driven away by it, just as I had been? It was another question without an answer, another loose end that frayed my nerves. The experience changed my relationship with the park. I still saw its beauty, but now it was a beauty tinged with menace. I looked at the ancient rock formations and wondered what they had witnessed over the millennia. I looked at the vast, empty stretches of the Colorado desert and felt not a sense of peace, but a sense of exposure. It was as if a veil had been lifted, and I had been shown a glimpse of something that lived in the spaces between the world we know. Something ancient, intelligent, and utterly indifferent to us. The profound silence of the desert no longer felt peaceful. It felt like the bated breath of a hidden predator. Years have passed since that night. I still work as a park ranger, but I transferred out of Joshua Tree a while ago. I needed a change of scenery, a place with more trees and less overwhelming emptiness. I never told anyone the full story of what happened. It's a weight I carry alone. Sometimes, on a clear, dark night, I'll look up at the stars and think about that night in the Pinto Basin. I don't know what was out there. I don't know if it was human or something else entirely. All I know is that for 2 hours, I was the subject of a silent, methodical, and terrifying examination. Something was circling me in the dark, something that made no sound and left no trace. And it wanted to see what was inside. And the most terrifying part is, I think it did. My name is Caleb Hayes. For the better part of 2 decades, I have held the title of Senior Park Ranger in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. This isn't merely a job to me. It's a covenant, a life lived in rhythm with the seasons and the ancient pulse of these mountains. The Smokies are not just a park. They are a world unto themselves, a sprawling, verdant labyrinth that cradles one of the most complex and biodiverse ecosystems in North America. In my 20 years, I've come to know its many faces. The gentle, sun-dappled trails of spring, the fiery autumnal blaze that draws tourists by the thousands, and the deep, imposing silence of a winter night when the snowpack muffles all sound and the world feels brand new. I've been the man you call when things go wrong. I've tracked a lost child for 2 days and 3 nights, fueled by black coffee and a gnawing fear, until we found him cold and scared, but alive in a rhododendron thicket. I've faced down a 400-pound black bear that had grown too accustomed to raiding campsites. The space between us electric with a primal understanding as I raised my tranquilizer rifle. I've rappelled down slick rock faces to retrieve injured hikers and have spent countless hours maintaining the very trails that guide people through this wilderness. I've learned to read the language of the forest, the snap of a twig, the alarm call of a blue jay, the subtle shift in the wind that signals a coming storm. My mentor, an old-timer named Silas who retired a decade ago, used to say, "The mountain always talks, Caleb. You just have to be quiet enough to listen." I thought I had learned its language fluently. I thought I had seen everything this cathedral of old, growth forest and mist shrouded peaks had to offer. But what I encountered on a quiet Tuesday afternoon in the Greenbrier section, a place known for its wildflower displays and quiet fishing spots, proved me devastatingly wrong. It was a day that taught me that some things in this world defy explanation, and that the mountain speaks in whispers of things far older and stranger than bears or storms. The day began with an oppressive humidity that clung to everything, a typical late summer afternoon in Tennessee. The air was thick and still, the drone of cicadas a constant, high-pitched thrum in the background. I was in my office at the Sugarlands Visitor Center, catching up on a mountain of paperwork that seems to grow wilder than any kudzu vine. The radio, usually a comforting source of chatter about trail conditions and ranger check-ins, crackled to life, breaking the monotonous rhythm of my keyboard. It was Janice, our dispatcher, Her voice, usually a model of calm professionalism, had a strained edge to it. "Caleb, got a call from a party of birdwatchers up in Greenbrier, near the Ramsey Cascades trailhead." I leaned back in my chair, grabbing a notepad. "What's the situation, Jan?" "They're spooked." "Badly," she said. The word spooked is not one Janice uses lightly. "They reported a white-tailed deer. Said it was acting aggressive, unnatural. Their words were sick or rabid. They cleared out of the area fast. Said it was just standing in a clearing, watching them." My mind immediately began cycling through the professional possibilities. Chronic wasting disease, CWD, was the most likely culprit. It's a truly awful prion disease that turns a deer's brain into sponge, causing erratic behavior, aggression, and a slow, wasting death. Rabies was a less common but still plausible explanation. In either case, the protocol was straightforward: locate the animal, confirm the condition, and if necessary, euthanize it to prevent further suffering and the potential spread of disease. It's one of the ugliest parts of the job, but a necessary one. "All right, I'm on my way," I said, already pushing my chair back. "Tell Em thanks for the call and for getting out of there. I'll handle it." The drive to Greenbrier was familiar. The winding road follows the Little Pigeon River, and the sunlight filtered through the dense canopy of hemlock and poplar trees, creating a shifting mosaic of light and shadow on the asphalt. I felt that familiar sense of calm that always settled over me when I left the administrative buildings behind and headed into the deep woods. It was routine. A problem had been identified, and I was the solution. I felt the reassuring weight of my service weapon on my hip and the well-worn leather of my boots. I was prepared, competent, and completely unaware that the world is about to be irrevocably fractured. I parked my truck in the small lot near the trailhead and stepped out into the soupy air. The birdwatchers were long gone. The forest was quiet, save for the ever-present hum of insects and the distant gurgle of the river. I checked my GPS, reviewed the location the birdwatchers had given, and started my way down a less traveled path that branched off the main trail. After a 10-minute walk, the woods opened up into the clearing they described. It was a small, grassy meadow, perhaps 50 yards across, ringed by a dense wall of spruce and fir, and there, standing almost perfectly in the center, was the deer. From this distance, it looked like a perfectly normal, healthy white-tailed doe. But something was immediately, viscerally wrong. It wasn't the animal itself, but its posture. It was standing perfectly still, not the attentive stillness of a prey animal, with ears swiveling and nose testing the wind. This was a rigid, statuesque stillness, like a taxidermy mount placed in the middle of the field. A chill, completely at odds with the sweltering heat, traced a path down my spine. I've seen thousands of deer in my life. None of them had ever held themselves like that. I raised my binoculars, the rubberized coating feeling slick against my sweaty palms. I focused the lens, and the image swam into sharp, horrifying clarity. My breath hitched in my throat. The birdwatcher's panic description hadn't done it justice. This wasn't just sick. It was misconfigured, fundamentally and anatomically incorrect. Its front legs were the first thing I focused on. They were bent, but they were bent forward at the knee joint, like a human kneeling, not backward in the way a deer's legs are supposed to articulate. The sight was so jarring, so contrary to nature, that my brain struggled to process it. It stood there on these wrongly jointed limbs with an unnatural, top-heavy posture. Its head held far too high on a neck that seemed stiff and inflexible. It wasn't grazing. It wasn't looking for predators. It was watching me. And the eyes. My God, the eyes. They weren't the soft, dark, liquid orbs of a gentle herbivore. They were fixed on me with a sharp, piercing focus. They were intelligent. There is no other word for it. They held a look of cold, predatory calculation that I had only ever seen in the eyes of a cougar sizing up its chances or a bear deciding if you were a threat. There was a cognitive process happening behind those eyes, and it was not the simple fight or flight instinct of a deer. It was an appraisal. I lowered the binoculars, my heart now a frantic drum against my ribs. The forest around me seemed to have fallen completely silent. No cicadas, no bird song, no rustle of leaves. There was only the thick, heavy air and the impossible creature standing before me. This was the moment my professional training and my primal instincts went to war. My training screamed CWD, a neurological disorder causing strange posture. But my gut, the part of me that had kept me alive in the wilderness for 20 years, screamed that this was not an animal. This was something else entirely, something wearing the skin of a deer like a poorly fitting costume. It took a step toward me. The movement was a grotesque parody of walking. It was jerky, uncoordinated, a lurching motion that seemed to defy the very anatomy it was trapped in. It didn't move like a quadruped. Its wrongly jointed legs worked in a sequence that was both inefficient and deeply unsettling, as if an unseen puppeteer was struggling with the controls. The bird watchers hadn't been exaggerating. They had understated it. This thing was a profound violation of the natural order. Then it lowered its head slightly and made a sound. It wasn't a bleat, a grunt, or any sound I'd ever heard a deer make. It was a low, guttural click, a series of hard, wet-sounding noises from the back of its throat that vibrated in the air and seemed to land cold in my chest. It took another lurching step, then scraped its right fore, hoof against the ground. It wasn't the aggressive pawing of a buck. It was a slow, deliberate scrape, a gesture of pure, unadulterated impatience. It was the gesture of a person tapping their foot, waiting for you to make your move. And in that moment, all my theories about disease evaporated like mist in the morning sun. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that I was not dealing with a sick animal. I was facing something that was aware, intelligent, and utterly alien. The sound of my own blood roaring in my ears was so loud it almost drowned out the suffocating silence of the woods. My hand, acting on years of training and instinct, moved slowly, deliberately toward the cold, reassuring grip of my service weapon. My fingers wrapped around the textured polymer, but I didn't draw it. Not yet. Part of my brain, the rational, analytical ranger part, was still fighting for control, desperately trying to fit this impossible scene into a logical framework. It's a neurological disease. It's a birth defect. It's a trick of the light, a hallucination brought on by the heat and humidity. But the other part of me, the older, more primal part that understood the deep woods have secrets, knew that I was lying to myself. It was the scraping hoof that had shattered my professional composure. That single, simple gesture was so loaded with intelligent contempt, so utterly out of place for a wild animal that it felt like a direct communication, a taunt. And as I stood there, locked in this terrifying standoff, a memory surfaced from the deep recesses of my mind. It was a memory of my old mentor, Silas. sitting on the porch of his cabin, a jar of moonshine sweating between his hands. He was telling me the old stories, the ones the Park Service officially dismissed as folklore. The tales whispered by the families who had lived in these mountains for generations, long before it was a national park. He spoke of strange lights in the sky, of phantom hikers who vanished from the trails, and of something else. Something he called, in a low and serious voice, the not deer. "It looks like a deer, Caleb," he'd said, his gaze fixed on the dark ridgeline. "Walks on four legs, got the hide, got the shape. But if you're a man of the woods, you know it ain't right. The joints are wrong. The eyes are too smart. It moves like a man trying to remember how to be an animal. They say it's a bad omen. They say it's a skinwalker. They say it's something that fell from the stars and is trying to build itself a body from what it sees around it. All I know is, if you see one, you don't treat it like a deer. You turn around and you walk away, and you pray it doesn't decide to follow." At the time, I had nodded along politely, dismissing it as the ramblings of an old man fond of his liquor and his legends. But now, standing in this silent clearing, Silas's words echoed in my head with the chilling force of prophecy. The wrong joints. The smart eyes. A perversion of a familiar animal, something wearing a deer's skin but not a deer at all. The not deer. The creature of local legend was standing 30 yards in front of me, and it was watching me with an unnerving, analytical patience. It took another step, another one of those lurching, puppet-like movements. This time, it lowered its head, and its jaw opened. It didn't open like a deer's jaw. It unhinged, stretching just a little too wide, the skin at the corners pulling taut in a way that looked painful and deeply wrong. And inside that mouth, I saw its teeth. They weren't the flat, grinding molars of an herbivore. In the split second its mouth was open, I saw the distinct, unmistakable glint of canines. Not the massive fangs of a predator, but small, sharp, wickedly pointed teeth that had no business being in a deer's mouth. The sight was so fundamentally abhorrent, so contrary to every biological rule I knew, that a wave of nausea rolled through me. This was the tipping point. The line between a biological anomaly and a monstrous impossibility had just been crossed. My hand finally completed its journey. The snap of the holster's retention strap was unnaturally loud in the dead air. I drew my Glock, the familiar weight a small comfort in the face of the incomprehensible. I didn't want to shoot it. My entire being recoiled at the thought of killing this thing. I wanted to understand it. I wanted to sedate it, to study it, to prove to myself that there was a rational explanation. But the look in its eyes, which had now shifted from cold appraisal to something that looked chillingly like amusement, told me that understanding was not on the table. This was not a negotiation. It took another lurching step, closing the distance to maybe 25 yards. The clicking sound started again. Faster this time, more insistent. It was a sound that scraped at my nerves, a biological metronome counting down to something terrible. I raised the pistol, my sights aligning on the center of its chest. My training dictated that if an animal posed a direct threat, I was to aim for a clean, humane kill. But how could I apply that principle to something that wasn't an animal? What was I even looking at?
Federal officer, stay back.
The words came out of my mouth before I even thought them. A ridiculous, reflexive assertion of authority against something that clearly did not recognize any authority but its own. The creature stopped. It tilted its head, a gesture so human, like so inquisitive, that it was the most terrifying thing it had done yet. It was processing my command. It was considering it. And then, for one heart-stopping reality, bending second, I swear its lips, the soft, black lips of a deer, curled upward at the edges. It wasn't a snarl. It wasn't a baring of teeth. It was a sneer. A complex, intelligent expression of pure, unadulterated mockery. That was it. My finger tightened on the trigger. I wasn't going to try for a kill shot. I couldn't. But I had to do something. I had to see how it would react to a real threat. I shifted my aim slightly to the side and fired a single shot into the ground, a few feet from its front legs. The roar of the gunshot was a physical blow, shattering the silence and echoing off the surrounding trees. The smell of burnt gunpowder instantly filled the air. A normal deer, any deer, even a rabid one, would have exploded into motion. It would have bolted into the next county, a brown and white blur of pure panic. This thing just flinched. It was a small, irritated movement, like a person shrugging off a fly. It didn't startle. It didn't run. It turned its head with that same stiff, unnatural motion, and stared at the puff of dirt my bullet had kicked up. It looked at the hole in the ground for a long moment, as if it were a mildly interesting puzzle. Then it slowly lifted its gaze and looked right back at me. The sneer was gone. In its place was a look of flat, cold, reptilian fury. It knew what the gun was. It knew what I had tried to do. And it was angry. My blood ran cold. I had not scared it. I had provoked it. For a long, terrible moment, I thought it was going to charge. I could see the muscles in its malformed legs tense up. I raised my pistol again, this time aiming for its head, my mind screaming at me to shoot, to end this before it could close the distance between us. But then, as quickly as it had appeared, the tension seemed to drain from its body. It gave one last, guttural click, and then it turned and ran. But it didn't run like a deer. It didn't bound away with the graceful, arching leaps of its kind. It moved with a powerful, loping gait, its wrongly jointed legs pumping with shocking speed and efficiency. It was the run of a hyena or a wolf, a low, to the ground, predatory stride that ate up the distance with terrifying purpose. In seconds, it crossed the clearing and plunged into the dense, dark wall of the spruce fir forest, vanishing into the shadows as if it were made of them. The last thing I saw was the unnatural angle of its hocks as it disappeared into the gloom, a final, fleeting image of anatomical impossibility. For a long time, I didn't move. I stood there in the center of the clearing with my pistol still raised, my arm trembling from adrenaline and shock. The only sounds were my own ragged breathing and the frantic, painful thumping of my heart. The oppressive silence that had fallen before the encounter had been replaced by a different kind of quiet. An empty, hollow silence that felt heavy with the memory of what had just happened. The air, still thick and humid, carried the sharp, metallic tang of gunpowder, a scent that now felt less like an assertion of authority and more like a pathetic, futile gesture against the incomprehensible. My mind was a maelstrom of fractured thoughts and searing images: the forward, bending knees, the intelligent, predatory eyes, the jaw unhinging too wide, the glint of canine teeth, the mocking sneer, and finally, that powerful, loping run that was a complete desecration of a deer's graceful form. Every law of nature that I had built my life and career upon had been casually violated in the space of 5 minutes. The world felt thin, like a veneer stretched over something dark and ancient that I had just scraped with my fingernail. Slowly, painfully, I lowered my arm. The Glock felt impossibly heavy, a useless piece of metal. I engaged the safety with a trembling thumb and holstered the weapon, the click sounding muted and insignificant. My eyes were fixed on the spot where the creature had disappeared, a dark maw in the wall of spruce and fir. I half expected to see its face peering back out, to see those intelligent eyes watching me from the shadows. But there was nothing, just the deep, indifferent darkness of the ancient forest. The walk back to my truck was the longest 10 minutes of my life. Every rustle of leaves in the undergrowth, every snap of a twig, every bird call sent a jolt of pure, undiluted fear through me. The woods I had known and loved my entire adult life, the place I considered my true home, had transformed into a place of menace. The familiar shapes of trees seemed to twist into monstrous forms in my peripheral vision. The dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy no longer looked beautiful. It looked like the camouflage of some unseen predator. I walked with my hand resting on the grip of my pistol, my head on a constant swivel, feeling like prey for the first time in my own territory. I felt a profound and terrifying vulnerability, a sense that I was a trespasser in a world far more complex and dangerous than I had ever imagined. Silas's words haunted my every step, and you pray it doesn't decide to follow. When I finally reached the familiar, solid reality of my Ford F-150, I practically fell into the driver's seat, fumbling with the keys to lock the doors. I sat there for a long time, my hands shaking so badly I couldn't grip the steering wheel. I was drenched in sweat, my uniform clinging to me like a second skin. I looked at my own reflection in the rearview mirror and saw a stranger. My face was pale, my eyes wide with a terror that I knew would never truly leave them. The confident, capable park ranger who had arrived here an hour ago was gone, replaced by a man who had looked into the abyss and seen something look back. The drive back to the station was a blur. My mind was consumed with a single, agonizing question: what do I write in my report? How, in the bureaucratic language of an official government document, do I describe a creature that shouldn't exist? Responded to a call regarding an aggressive deer. Upon arrival, encountered a cryptid of local legend. Subject appeared to be a cervid-like entity with anatomical features inconsistent with known biology, including forward, articulating forelimbs and canine dentition. Subject displayed signs of advanced intelligence and contempt for federal authority, fired one warning shot, which the subject found more interesting than threatening before departing the scene at a high rate of speed. They would send me for a psychiatric evaluation. I would lose my job, my credibility, everything I had worked for. When I finally sat down at my desk, the blank incident report form on my screen seemed to mock me. In the end, I chose the path of cowardice and self-preservation. I wrote the truth, but only a sliver of it. My report was brief, clinical, and a complete lie by omission. I stated that I had responded to the call from the birdwatchers. I had thoroughly searched the area described. I had found tracks consistent with a white-tailed deer, but no sign of the animal itself. I concluded that the deer in question had likely moved on from the area, and that, given the lack of any further sightings, the situation was resolved. I filed the report, and with a click of the mouse, I buried the most significant event of my life under a mountain of bureaucratic falsehood. It felt like a betrayal of everything I was supposed to stand for, but I saw no other choice. That night, I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the not deer. I saw its jerky, unnatural movements, its sneering lips. I heard that guttural, clicking sound reverberating in my chest. I eventually gave up on sleep and sat in my living room with a bottle of whiskey, watching the dark woods that pressed in around my small house, wondering what else was out there, hidden in the deep hollows and misty peaks. In the weeks and months that followed, something inside me fundamentally changed. The park was no longer a sanctuary. It was a place that held a terrible secret. I still did my job. I still hiked the trails and helped the tourists, but the joy was gone, replaced by a constant, low-grade watchfulness. I found myself avoiding the Greenbrier section altogether. I started carrying a higher caliber weapon, a .44 Magnum, telling my colleagues it was for peace of mind against the bigger bears, a lie they readily accepted. The truth was that I knew a standard issue Glock was useless against the thing I had seen. I thought about calling Silas, but what would I say? You were right. What comfort would that bring? It would only confirm that the nightmare was real. Instead, I started digging into the park's archives, looking for old, unofficial records. Journals from rangers in the 1930s and 40s, anything that might mention similar encounters. I found whispers, vague reports of malformed deer, or usually aggressive wildlife, that were always dismissed as misidentification or local superstition. I found a chilling entry from a ranger in 1952 who reported finding a black bear carcass that had been torn apart, but not in a way consistent with any known predator. He described the tracks around the carcass as being like a deer's, but deeper, heavier, as if it walked with a purpose. The official cause of death was listed as unknown. It's been years since that afternoon. I'm closer to retirement now. I've never seen the creature again, but I know it's still out there. Its presence lingers in the back of my mind, a permanent shadow on my soul. Sometimes, on a quiet night when the mist hangs low over the mountains, I think I hear a strange, clicking sound carried on the wind, and the old terror washes over me as if it were yesterday. I still love these mountains, but my love is now tempered with a deep and abiding fear. I understand now that we are just guests here. We build our trails and our visitor centers on the edge of a world that is far older, stranger, and more dangerous than we can possibly comprehend. We haven't tamed this wilderness. We've just been tolerated. The Great Smoky Mountains National Park is one of the most biodiverse places in North America. But biodiversity doesn't just mean the number of species of birds or salamanders. It means a richness of life, and that includes things that don't fit into our neat, scientific boxes. Things that walk in the shadows, wearing the skins of familiar animals. Things that watch us from the edge of the woods with eyes that are far, far too intelligent